Hello, everybody. Hi, Donna.
Hi, Lori.
How are you tonight?
You? Good.
Good. Yeah, had a good day. Happy to be here. Just chillaxing and hanging with my boo. Yeah.
So how was your day?
What was your day like?
I had a great day.
It was kind of busy. Like I've been on a schedule, because we've been talking about this, of doing trying to be more active and doing Tai Chi. So I did an hour of Tai Chi today, and that made me feel really good. I enjoyed doing that. I was going to practice guitar, but I ran out of time. I did some Bible studies. I did a broadcast this morning, Bible, like a prayer devotional broadcast this morning. And so I managed to stay pretty busy. I made a beautiful pan of biscuits, which I showed you a picture of because I sent you that picture. Those biscuits are so good. They're like, if you made them into the round biscuits, they're the same basically recipe as like Red Lobster, cheddar biscuits, cheddar cheese biscuits.
They look good.
But I always add stuff. Yeah, they're really good biscuits. And I added like chili powder and garlic, and that's about it, I think, I threw in this one. Oh, I threw a little bit of dill in there too, I think, just for fun. And it was really good, man. Those were so good. So that's kind of my day. Oh, they were good. Yeah, I sent you that picture. I made a sandwich out of the biscuit, and I was like, "Oh, this is so good." That's what I was craving. I was literally craving that. I'm like, I got to make some biscuits so I can have a sandwich.
Sounds good. I do that. I'll crave different foods.
Yeah, I do. It's funny, and I'll go for a while, and if I don't get it, I'll find a way to make it, or I'll go get the stuff. I'll be like, I've got to have it, and it usually has something to do with something I've had before that I really loved. You know what I mean? Like, I crave pizza all the time just because I'm a pizza-holic. I love pizza.
Me too.
Yeah. I mean, pizza. I could eat pizza like just anytime, all the time. No problem, because I just love pizza.
Me too.
I'm trying to stay away from all that stuff because I'm trying to lose weight. I'm trying to go a little bit healthier, even a piece of pizza once in a while, no problem, but can't be eating a whole pizza to myself anymore. I don't get to eat the whole pizza, so I have to really watch what I'm doing. I'm trying to drop weight, so it's rough.
It is. Yeah, it's hard.
It is.
It's hard to lose weight.
Well, the older that you get, the harder it is. And I used to read that when I was like in my 30s and 40s. I'd read those articles, they talk about how hard it is to lose weight when you get older. And I'd be like, I don't want to have to deal with that when I get older. If I live that long, I'd go thinking, that sucks. And because I was active when I was younger, a lot more active, I was working hard and I was in good shape, And now I just sit around and put on weight. That's what I do. I'm like, well, I'm just putting on weight. I told my doctor. He says, you look good. He says, you look fine. And I said, well, I'm trying to lose weight, but, it's been such a slow process. He goes, oh, don't worry about it. You're fine. He said, you can worry about the weight another time. So they're not all that unhappy with my weight, but I am because I can't get into my clothes. So I don't want to buy a bunch of new clothes because I've got a whole closet full of clothes that are sitting there, and they're perfectly nice, and I love them because they're my favorite clothes, and I can't fit into them. I'm just squeeze them on, and I'm like, like when you lay on the bed when you were younger, or you saw people do that, try to lay on the bed so you can button your pants. That's how bad it is. I'm like, I really got to drop some weight so I can feel comfortable in my clothes. Yeah, so I'm determined to get back into them. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. So my daughter, summer, that's my goal. Yeah.
You'll get it. My daughter, she actually left a pair of pants here probably a month ago now. And she's like, just keep them there. I'll use them like a spare, when I come. So we did the laundry and they ended up in my drawer. Well, I picked them up and I was like, oh, I'm going to wear these because we both had a pair, but mine was a lot bigger than hers. So I picked these up and I tried like putting them on and I'm jumping up and down and I'm like trying to stretch. I laid on the bed and I'm like, I've never had to do these to get in my clothes before. Like, what the hell is going on? So I took them off and I looked at the size and I'm like, I threw them. I'm like, they're not even mine. Here they were my daughter's.
That's funny. Here you are thinking, oh my God, look at all the weight I put on, and they're not even yours.
I was like, oh my God.
That would be
like,
scary.
well, I know I've gained a few pounds over the years, I mean, I used to walk 3 to 5 miles a day and I took a drumming class and I'm still very busy and active, but with my work schedule with my class, it takes a lot more of my time now. So it's like I don't have all that extra free time. But I picked them up, I put them on, and I was like, what the hell? Like, I know I'm chunky, but I ain't this chunky.
That's got to be a bad feeling. I know you're like, oh my God. Yeah, exactly.
I did.
One day you can get in your pants, the next day. That would be a shocker, right?
I did.
Yeah,
I was like,
it's so
what
gradual.
the hell? Because I thought, what the hell? I just wore these last week, Nope.
Yeah. Well, it was last winter. I mean, I was kind of at my sort of ideal weight, So it's just been this last year that I've just haven't been that active and really put on weight. So I gotta, I really gotta sort of buckle down and get serious about it. I'm starting my cardio in March.
It's hard.
Yeah, and then I can't get out because like it's so cold. You can't go for walks right now. It's just too cold, too icy. Some people do. I mean, they're out there jogging in it, but I'm not.
We have neighbors and they do, like, they're jogging or they're walking every day and it's like 2 below zero. And I'm like, I'm not going out there and walking like that. No way. It's too damn cold. The cold bothers my shoulder so much anymore and my low back that I can't stand it. So it's like the warmer I am, the better I am.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? When you got arthritis, it's a little bit of a problem. And I've got a lot of arthritis all over especially my lower body, and now my shoulder, and it's bad. Like it really does stop you from doing stuff, especially when it's cold. And you know what I need? I mean, in my building here, we have an exercise. It's like a room, with all the workout machines.
Oh wow!
It's just that I don't want to go down there to get on them. And anybody can use them; they're free for anybody. But I don't want to go down there to get on them. I'm like, if I had one of those walking pads, how they have those little walking pads. You were showing me one a week or two ago.
Oh yeah.
And we were looking at them, remember? And you were like, "Oh, this would be cool," because they slide under the bed or the couch or whatever, and so you can put the cover on them so they don't get dusty. Slide them under a couch, and when you're not using it, they're handy for sure, and they're not even that expensive. I mean, well, it's not like they're really cheap. Somebody would say, well, they're not cheap either. Thing is, those things back in the old days would have been like $300-400 just for the cheapest one, because exercise equipment back then was really a lot more expensive. Nowadays, because they can mass produce them, they just pop them out. They're not planning on those things lasting for 5 million years, so they make them a little cheaper for a lower price, so that most people can have them and use them for a few years. You know what I mean? So I think the price is pretty good. I was checking out the prices on those because I saw the one you were looking at, and I'm like, oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
Yeah. We used to have a gym in our basement.
I might invest in one of those.
But yeah, that's a good idea. I'm actually going to get one of them. Years ago, we used to have a gym in our basement, and we worked out constantly, and like we were in great shape. And then it just got to the point, it was like, okay, I'm tired of working out every day. So then I would do it like every other day. Now I'm lucky if I work out 3 times a week. I don't have the time.
Yeah. No, you don't have time right now. I mean, you'll probably have time again. It's just right now you really are busy. I know that because I know how busy you are. I got all the time in the world right now, and
I was taking a drumming class.
Like you're really, really.
I was taking a drumming class. Did you ever drum? Did you ever take a drumming class?
I tried playing drums and I switched over to guitar. Yeah.
No, it's
Because
a
my
it's a
friend
drumming
and I.
it's a drumming class. It's for exercise. You have like a big
Oh,
ball and
it's
you have
not like for a
drumsticks.
drum kit, like for drumming, like
Yeah, and
rock and roll drum kit.
yeah, and I was taking this drumming class, and it was exercise. It was great exercise. It was 2
Oh,
hours
that's cool.
on 3 nights a week, and I went.
Oh, I
I
remember
followed.
that. I
Yeah,
do remember that.
yeah,
I
and
remember those
I followed
videos and pictures that you showed me.
everything.
I remember that.
Yeah. I
That's
followed everything
cool.
they told me. Like I was on the low diet, like they said, and I was doing those drinks that they always talk about, and I was doing the class, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to lose so much weight. I'm going to feel so good. I'm going to. I didn't lose 1 damn pound, not 1 pound. Like everybody else
I'm
around me,
sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
I'm not. I'm like, I'm not
I
doing this
shouldn't
anymore.
laugh. That's
Yeah,
not
but it
nice.
was funny. It was funny. But like everybody would come in and we would weigh in and they're all losing weight. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I'm like, I'm going to take these shoes off. Maybe it's the shoes, or I'm going to take this sweatshirt off. And it wasn't. It was just a fact. Like they told me like I'm at a plateau because like I want to lose just a little bit of weight. So I'm kind of at that plateau where it's not so easy for me to drop weight anymore. But I'll tell you what, when I was younger.
Yeah, because you don't really need to lose that much. That's why. Yeah.
Well, I'm just a little fat in the middle.
You just really don't. I'm sorry, but you don't. I know what you weigh. You don't need to lose any weight, but you think you do, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your body. But I'm just saying, if it's your body's probably at the point where, like you said, and we had figured this out before because we were like, it's got to be a plateau, and it's not like you need to lose that much weight. So your body's probably saying, you're going to have to do a whole lot more for me to lose some weight.
Yeah, but
for me, it'd be easy for me to lose weight because I have a lot to lose. So,
Well, do you remember last summer when I went to that one person and I talked to a nutritionist about losing weight, and she told me I was obese, and I'm like, I don't want to be rude, lady. I weigh 145 pounds. Like, and you're telling me I'm obese. I'm almost 5'9". And she's like,
I know.
Well, you got to do this and you got to do this. And I'm like, if I'm obese, then there's a problem with this country.
No kidding, because you're not obese, and that's the issue. Yeah. Then what does that make everybody else? Extremely morbidly obese, right? It's like if they're saying that people that are thin and skinny are obese, then that's a problem. Because you're not obese, No.
Well,
even my doctor for my weight and my height.
But my top weight used to be 135, and my lowest weight would be like 118 to 120, and like I would flex back and forth between that, and so I was like, oh, I was always so used to being real thin. Well, then I hit menopause and put on some weight, and I'm like, what the hell's happening over here? I got things that I never had before.
Welcome to menopause. Exactly.
Things happened I didn't know.
Oh no.
But it's
not true. No.
It's weird because your body changes so much, and you're like, or
it does.
We hike a lot, and I'll be like, oh, this is going to be so much fun and stuff like that. I used to be able to go up those hills like no tomorrow. Now I'm like, I don't think I'm going to.
I'm not going to make a rush. But you guys do a lot of hiking. I mean, yeah.
But I'm still very active, and that's why I don't understand like why I get out of breath now and I never did before, because I'm still very active.
I know. I can't believe how far you guys hike into the hills there. I'm just like, when you told me the last time, I'm like, really? Oh my God. Like, that's far. I wouldn't make it. There's no way. I'd just wait at the truck. I'd be like, okay, when you guys get back, I'll see you later.
That last hike we did.
I'd be like, see you later.
The last
I
hike
love
we
hiking,
did.
but man, there's nowadays no way.
Yeah. The last hike we did, we walked 7 miles. It was 3.5 up and 3.5 back. And it's fun. I love to do it. We look for sheds and we sightsee. We do pictures and stuff. I love to take pictures like of anything outdoors, the water, streams, you name it. I love animals.
It's beautiful out there.
I
Yeah.
took a really cool picture of an elk. We were out and we come upon these like elk, and I'm like, I'm going through my bag. I'm trying to be real quiet and get my camera out. And finally I got it up. I got one awesome picture, and I love it. I
Nice.
love that kind of stuff. But it's like, as far as exercise, it ain't working for me. I'm just going to have to be the way I am and be happy.
Well, this summer you'll be able to get out, like this spring and summer when the weather gets better, you'll be able to get out and do more hiking. That's my hope anyway. That for me too, because I want to.
Look
It's
at
my goal
you.
too to get in the mountains. Yeah,
You're going
I'm
to
on
take
a
your
mission.
in the
Yeah.
summer. Yeah. I'm
Hmm.
proud of you for
Yeah,
doing
I'm
that.
going to do 2 hikes.
That takes a lot.
Yeah. Well, it does because like just a few months ago, I was just at a point where I was like, I may not be able to walk. I mean, if I keep going the way I'm going, I'm not going to be able to walk. I mean, this is ridiculous. Um, I'm just gonna have to push through the pain and just deal with it. That was my thoughts. I'm like, if it hurts, it hurts. If you know, I'm gonna be in pain regardless. So I just need to do it. You know,
Well, I'm proud of
and
you.
just I think we have a little bit of a. Well, I just decided. I was like, man, it's either fight or just give up. And I'm like, no, I'm not giving up. I really got to stop procrastinating and get busy. So it's good. I'm glad. I really, you know, I think sometimes, people like you're always very supportive, and Lee is always very supportive. You guys are always supportive to me, and we always try to support each other as friends.
Most definitely.
And it's like I was just kind of just listening to what those doctors were telling me, and that was, oh, you just need to take it easy. You just need to put your feet up. You just need to, like, you're getting older and you got all these mobility, issues with arthritis and this and that. So I'm thinking, well, it's over. You know what I mean? And then this couple of months ago, I realized, like, wow, if I don't do if something this year, I'll probably never do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm excited. Yeah,
I'm
very much
excited for you because that's so cool.
But I'm having to start out really slow. We've got internet connection problem here.
I was going to
Hopefully
say,
it's
I
still
hear
streaming
like
okay
a little bit
for
of a
anybody out there
delay.
who's.
Yeah, I hear a delay because, like, some of the times,
Yeah.
like, I feel like I'm talking
And
over top of you, and I'm not, but it's making it seem that way.
yeah, no, it's strange. Like, the internet's weird tonight. I know the last show that we did was perfect. We didn't have any issues with the internet. And now tonight we've had a couple. So it's just the internet,
It does that.
So that's annoying for sure.
But it is.
Yeah, I started that Tai Chi, and for me, it's really good because I got to get my joints and everything um, moving again because I had been sitting around for so long, and just letting myself kind of go. You know what I mean? Just sort of sitting around because I was pain free, and I was like, oh, I'm pain free. This is great. Who doesn't want to be pain free? It's kind of like I'm sitting there thinking, I feel good. I'm not in pain. This is great. I'm sitting here reading my Bible. I'm doing my thing. I'm happy. And my health's getting worse and worse by the minute. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm just going to it's basically like I'm giving up just sitting here, and I thought, okay, so I'm pain free sitting here, but that's no good for me. I need to get up and move, And I just, my PT, my physiotherapist, I was like, just this last time I saw him, I was like, I said, I'm pushing really hard this spring for hikes this summer.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, I'm happy for you. He said, he says, well, which one are you planning on doing? So I told him, and he's like, well, he says, if you keep pushing and you add your cardio and you really start, walking, once the weather gets better, really start walking, getting your cardio up, I don't see why you can't do those hikes. And I was like, yay. So yeah, it feels good. It feels good because I was thinking I was going to give up, and I was like, no, don't give up.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
It's not over till it's over.
No.
Yeah. And
They
sometimes it's
can
like,
tell you
the pain.
they can tell you that, like, you know, like you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that, or you could even be not mobile anymore. And they can tell you that. But I've seen people that are able to overcome with physical therapy. I know my
Mm-hmm.
Gram, and I don't say a lot
Yeah.
about my Gram usually, but she had a stroke and she was paralyzed basically on
Mm-hmm.
her right side. And
Yeah.
she didn't want to stay in the hospital, and she cried. She's like, I want to go home. And my mom's like, I want her to come home so bad. I don't want to see her cry. I don't want her to stay here. But in the same sense, she's like, she has to try to get mobile, because once she gets home, she's going to be sad within herself because, you know, she's not going to be able to move.
Right.
And hardest decision of my mom's life was to make her stay in the hospital for an extra week. Well, we went down every day. We visited. We would take the kids down, and my kids, they would visit her, and my kids were little. And she come home, and she
Mm-hmm.
was so happy that my mom made her stay to take that physical therapy, because even though like she had limited use, she could still walk. She would like step with one foot and then kind of
Mm-hmm.
slide the other foot so that, you know, but she was mobile.
Mm-hmm.
And she would have been so upset with herself, and she would have been upset with my mom if, you know, my mom didn't make her do this. And my mom, a lot of
Right.
times she'll look back and she'll be like, I feel so bad. You know, like I suggested that she do physical therapy. And I said, Mom, if you didn't, she wouldn't have got around like she did. And my grandma was a fighter, you
Mm-hmm.
know, she didn't lay
Yeah.
down and like, you know, say it was over. So I know with physical therapy and stuff and getting like moving mobile, that you can change. That's why when you said it to me, I was like, Lo, you got this. Like, you're going to be freaking hiking with us next year.
I hope so.
You are. You
That
watch.
would be nice.
You watch it. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, you
certainly
will
would be
be.
nice. I'm planning on it. I'm planning on it. You know, I'm just, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens, but I'm definitely hoping. And if you don't plan, it doesn't happen. So I am planning on it. It's just, you know, we'll have to wait and sort of see what happens with how this year goes. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but I'd love that. That'd be so great.
You'll love it.
I don't know if I can do, 10 miles, but
You don't have to do
I
that
can
far.
certainly try.
You don't have to do that far. There's
Well,
some
the hike, yeah, that's about the same as the hikes that are out that I'm trying to do this summer. Roughly almost 10 miles, I think.
Oh
8
wow.
miles, something like that. And for me, I mean, just to, it's hard for me to walk around the block, you know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
so that's why it's a big deal for me, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to do it. Yeah. So it's
You got
exciting for
this.
sure.
You got
But
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm on a mission. I'm telling you, I'm on the mission. Like as soon as I'm going to start my cardio, like I said, pretty like probably this week sometime or next week. I kind of wanted to wait until closer to March, just because I was so out of shape. I'm like, this Tai Chi is killing me, and Tai Chi is actually easy. You know what I mean?
I
You
love
just
Tai Chi.
open your arms, go like this.
Yeah.
You're just catch the mood. It's really easy flowing stuff. And I'm sitting there just going, oh my God, it's a lot for me, like to try to bend down and do all this stuff because my hip joints just don't move, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And my ankle is shot, so there's nothing we can do about that. But I'm modifying my stuff for my ankle. So anything that doesn't work for me with the ankle, I just modify it. And they said that's absolutely fine. The guy that's teaching the Tai Chi, he's like, you modify it to you because that's what it's for, And I'm still getting all the benefits out of it, and I feel great. Like it's been about 27 days or something I've been doing it.
You look great.
And I feel a lot better. Yeah. Thank you. So do you.
You do. Thank you.
So do you. You always look nice.
Oh, my face is all burnt tonight. I was out waiting for the kids to go to the bus, and I got all windburnt on my face and around my lips. The one girl that comes in and volunteers with me, she said to me today, she's like, you got this glow today. And I'm like, well, it's actually windburn. It's not a glow.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you what, it actually burns. I put some lotion on it. I don't put anything on my skin. I use that number 7. It's called before you go to bed. Mm-hmm. And it's supposed to help prevent wrinkles, although I still got some.
You don't have very many though.
But
Don't have very many.
I did put some of that on
You
it,
have like
hoping.
one.
Look at my cheeks. You can see, like, I don't know. Maybe you can't see on here, but my poor cheeks and my lips
Well,
are.
you can probably tell. I can't tell, like, but you probably can, because it's just the lighting. It's like you look fine to me, but you
Thank
would be
you.
able to feel it, because man, like a windburn, you could
Yes.
tell.
Like around my lips burn
That's
so much.
that's awful.
I
Yeah,
got this
it's not fun at
butter
all.
stuff. I've been putting this on. I'm thinking that this is gonna help.
I hope so, because that's awful, man. To have that windburn, it's just like that's terrible. We're gonna have really good weather because all the bad weather's being pushed out down over to you guys.
Why,
So
thanks.
we've got really
Thank
good
you.
weather coming. I know it's terrible, but it's true. And so yeah, because we've got a Chinook coming in, and tomorrow it's supposed to be about almost 40 degrees,
Oh wow.
38 degrees. Yeah, Fahrenheit. And then the next day it's going to be about 45, 50 degrees. And then we're going to be up to almost 60 degrees in about a week. That's warm for this area. I mean, I'm up in Canada here where it's cold. So we're gonna be out there with our shorts and t-shirts on, going woohoo, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sitting down here in -2 degrees.
You guys are gonna freezing your tushes off. That's it. Yeah, because the weather is La Nina this year, and La Nina always does weird things with the weather. Yeah,
it's crazy.
So
it has.
We haven't had all that much.
It's weird because one day here it's like 30 or 40 degrees, and then the next day you're down in the teens or it's below zero, and it's crazy. Our weather's just crazy right now.
Yeah, I think that's La Nina because that's the cycle. The El Nino is, I think, a little bit better. La Nina comes and stirs up trouble, and it's like that's the one that's always messing with the weather and makes everything crazy. Yeah. So, it is a La Nina system that's coming through here. But we need moisture, man, because I'm telling you, we've only had a tiny bit of snow. Like you guys have got a ton of snow, and we've only had a tiny bit here in Calgary.
Look at Lee.
And I think,
she even got snow. Lee even got snow this year
down in Florida.
She's
right by the Gulf of America there.
She sends me this picture of her and Otis, and it was the first time. Otis is, I think, 18, she said. Otis is her puppy, in case anybody's wondering. Anyway, she took him out and put him in the snow. So he did not like the snow. That was the first time he ever seen it. She's like,
the first time in his life. He didn't like it. That's funny.
He wanted it in my arms. He hated the snow, and I'm like, well,
he was probably like, what is this? Oh yeah. I mean, to live a dog's life, with no snow ever, and then all of a sudden there's snow. Well, the dog was probably like, what happened here?
Well, she puts him down in it, and she's like, he looked at me like, what the hell? And I'm like, he's probably thinking, pick me back up. What are you doing? Is this like,
what are you doing? Yeah, no kidding.
But I know my one dog, he
That's
doesn't
funny.
mind the cold at all. The other one, she minds the cold. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's because your big dog that likes the snow is just a big fur ball. Yeah.
He's 100 pounds.
He's like a big, huge bear. He's like a bear. You know what I mean?
He is.
He's like a small bear. I love your animals. Your pets are so cool.
It's funny because we had some friends over for dinner, and he comes walking by the dining room table, and his head's as high as the dining room table. And they're like, what the hell's up with this dog? He's huge. And I'm like, well, the last time they had seen him, he was just like a puppy. And I'm like, I can't help it. Like, he grew. his head's like this. He's so big.
He's huge. I know. I just can't believe how big he is. Yeah. Like, no wonder he likes the snow, Yeah. Probably feels really good to him, right? Because he gets to cool off underneath that coat, because he's so full of,
Yeah. He's
so
shedding
cute.
like
Your
crazy.
pets are the cutest pets in the whole world. Oh man.
I love them. I do. I love them.
Hmm.
If I had millions
Yeah,
and
they are
billions of
cute.
dollars, I would own all the stray pets in the world because I just love animals. I think they're the best. Animals are sometimes, come on,
Yeah,
be
that'd be
honest,
cool,
are
wouldn't
better
it?
than people. Because people, like, they're not loyal to you or faithful to you sometimes. And an animal, man, they are to the end.
Yeah, that's
They
animals
are.
love you unconditionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. They're not normally like cats are a little fickle because cats don't really. They rule the roost. They don't care. They're the king of the show. They don't
Yep.
need you really. They just want pets when they want pets. They come around when they want something, but otherwise they leave you alone. But dogs want that relationship and they
Yeah.
need it. Like they need that companionship. That's why they say dogs are a man's best friend because dogs are there no matter what. I mean, even if you kind of, I mean, you see cases of people unfortunately mistreating their dogs, and
Hmm.
the dog's still faithful and still there.
Yeah. Yeah.
They love unconditionally, right? Like they feel some sort of loyalty or something. Whereas cats are like, screw that. Cats are like, that's why I like cats. I like cats because more of a cat, you know. Like it's kind of like, oh, I just come around when I need something. Otherwise, just let me do my thing. Independent. That's the word.
They are. Yeah.
Independent. Yeah,
When I sit
they
down at
do their
nighttime
own
to
thing.
watch, when I sit down at night to watch TV, my cat will get right on my lap and he does this little thing like with his paws, like to
Oh,
my chest, and
so
then
cute.
he'll curl up in this little ball and he'll lay like right on my lap. And then like if I move the slightest
So
little
cute.
move, it jumps up and it looks at me like, "What are you doing?" and
It's like,
and then
how dare you? You woke
And then
me
if
up.
I get up or I
Mhm.
move, then it'll get up and it'll go up and lay on the back of the couch and it's all like pissed off at me. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, I had to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Like, or if you have to get up, get a drink, or go to the bathroom, it's like, look, I gotta do what I gotta do.
Yeah.
Sorry, cat.
I always say, I'm sorry,
But
but I
they
got to
are
move
funny.
you.
Yeah, they don't care. It's all about them. Oh yeah, with the cats, man, they're like I said, they're like the king or queen of the house. They're
Yep.
so cute. I've always had cats. So um, I'm just used to how they behave. They're so funny.
They are.
And
They're
so I've had cats that were friendly, like real friendly, and then I've
hmm
had cats that would just rip you to pieces. But I love them all the same.
Yeah.
you know, they're just they're just sweet. I love animals. Yeah.
Well,
So
my
I
cat,
get you. I mean,
yeah, my cat weighed 27 pounds and the vet said, your cat's too fat. It got to lose some weight. So I put the cat on this diet that they said where she could only have like a cup a day or
30 pound cat.
oh my God, she like freaking flipped right out. And I'm like, there's no way we're going to be able to limit this cat's food because like she just goes crazy. so
This
they
ain't gonna
suggest
work, man.
they suggested like this food for her. And I'm like, okay, cool, So gave it to him. If if it starts eating and it sees like a little dip in its dish, like the food's not all level, it'll start meowing and then you'll hear the cat come down the steps and I'm telling you that cat is louder than our dog. It's like doof doof doof. You can hear his footprints coming down on the steps. He'll sit there and he'll just meow and I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? And then it'll start going up steps and I'll fall and it's because he can see in his bowl that there's a little bit taken out. It has to be clear full to the
There's
top.
a little divot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
there's a
can't
little
have no.
divot there. But two pieces are missing or something. Yeah.
Yep. So then I asked the vet one time,
Your
I'm like,
cat's pretty unique.
I said, why is that? And I didn't know it, but it was a rescue cat. So it was in with a lot of other cats. And when
Oh,
it first come in, I guess it wasn't being fed properly by the people that had it. So, and it was only 3 months old.
yeah.
That's so weird, but it wasn't treated properly.
Oh,
So it was very like insecure about food. So I get it. So
food
I keep that.
issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep the bowl completely full, and then I got one of those things. It's like a self feeder. It has like the little thing at the top, and then it feeds down. That way, the food dish is constantly
Right.
full. so
You're good to your pets, that's for sure. Yeah.
I love animals. I
Well, I
do.
figured that. Yeah, and you're good to your animals. I know I was too. Like I love all my pets, and I I love animals, and I've always, um, you know, it's always been on my heart to care for animals. I love
Mm-hmm.
wildlife. I always feel sad, like like we were talking the other day, and you were talking about that cat that you saw, and it was just on the side of the road. It had been
Oh,
hit,
yeah.
and it was gone. It was just passed away. My heart gets broken over stuff like that. Because those are beautiful creatures. They're God's creatures, and their lives matter too. And people
Yeah.
don't think that, but it's
Yep.
just true. And all life belongs to God. So, um, seeing what happens to animals just breaks my heart. Like I wanted to volunteer for a shelter, like an animal shelter up here. I might do that, and probably
Well, that'd be
maybe if I
nice.
can next year, because this year I'm trying to get my health in better shape. Yeah, yeah. Like
That's
this
more
year,
important.
I really got to get myself in better shape. I got to lose like a lot of weight. Like how many pounds? Like 40.
You look great.
So I'll be
Honest to
happy
God.
if I drop like 40 pounds.
I
My
think you look
doctor told me I
great.
look fine. Well, I don't really look that heavy. I can carry it. I mean, you can see it. You can sort of see it around in my body, but it's not all in one place. It's all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just the top part of me is huge and the bottom is skinny, or the bottom part of me is huge and the top part's skinny. It's just normal. I just look like I always do, but it's just that I'm 40 pounds overweight. It's hard on my hips and my joints that have arthritis, and my ankle and everything else, my knees. So that's why the doctor was like, it'd be good if you could lose some weight. And I told him, I said, I know, because I've never weighed this much. I've just never weighed this much. He goes, well, to tell you the truth, we're not all that concerned about your weight. And he goes, your health's pretty good. And I was like, that's good. He's like, we're more worried about your heart. I'm like, well, that's
Yeah.
not good.
That's what I
So
worry
yeah,
about
they're more
too.
concerned about my heart. Yeah, so they're like, don't stress over the weight thing. It'll come off, especially if you get started on some physio
Yeah.
and really make a plan. And I'm like, that's what I'm doing, so I'm on it. So yeah,
You
but
got
it's
it.
rough. So I figure maybe next year. Yeah, this year is
You
just all
got
about
it. You're
self
doing
care.
that Tai Chi and you're eating healthy. I mean, you're doing so many things. You're so proactive. You got this. You are.
I'm really trying. Yeah, I'm really giving it a good go, because when I saw that hike, I was like, I want to do that hike, because you know me, I'm always talking about
Oh, yeah.
mountains, and I'm always talking about K2.
You are.
I'm always talking about Mount Everest and K2, and I'm a fan of, like I would be doing those hikes if I could. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'd be one of those insane people up there doing that, but I can't afford it, and I'm too out of shape. I'd never make it. I'd never make it to the actual to the to the base camp. You know what I mean? The base
Hmm.
camp would kill me. So I'm just not healthy enough to do it. But um, that would be my dream.
Hmm.
Because that's what I love. I love that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I could just
Hmm.
see myself, with the proper, like the cleats on, with my ice pick,
Yeah.
going
I
up
can
the
see you.
wall, going up the ice wall. I could totally see it, like, in my mind. That's what I would like to do. That's my kind of thing. But I just can't. There's no way. But we have beautiful mountains here, and there's lots of beautiful trails. So this summer I was like, hey, I can do that. You
Yeah.
know, why
That's
not?
awesome. It is.
Because
It's awesome. I'm so
yeah,
happy for you.
it is. Thank you, Boo. I appreciate that. Back when I had my car and I could get out and do stuff, I was so stressed about not having a job and also my shoulder being broken that I couldn't hike with a broken shoulder. I mean, I
No,
couldn't even get
no.
dressed. So it was kind of like that was out of the question. But then, a couple years before that, I was so busy and trying to just stay afloat. It wasn't in my mind to go hiking, but I could have at
Yeah.
that point done that. It just wasn't in my thoughts. It wasn't there. I was too stressed about how I was going to pay my rent, and didn't
Yeah.
want to put the gas into going anywhere. I would just go back and forth to work, and that's it. So it wasn't in my mind to go do anything like that. And then this year, I'm just like, here's my opportunity. You know
It
what I
is.
mean? So God brought it. I'm like, thank you, Lord.
God's good. God is
I
good.
was, He is so good.
Yeah.
I'm just praising God. I'm like, thank you,
He's
Lord.
been
Yeah,
so good to us
it's
in the
exciting.
last couple weeks with everything that's been going on. And it's funny because, like, you'll say, like, I'm so thankful. And I was talking today about praying at work, and I was like, I do this thing, wash me clean every day, because I do think we all sin, and I ask for forgiveness every day. And I also
Mm-hmm.
thank God for everything that He does for us. And this one person
Mm-hmm.
that I work with, she's like, well, how do you know that it's God? And I'm like, well, because I just know that it is. Like, all the things I've been praying for as of
Mm-hmm.
lately, and it coming out the results that we had, I'll say it like that. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no way possible all the things that happen within an hour and a half. That was, I said, no way.
That's
It could have been
right.
no other thing, because things just don't line up like that. And she's like, well,
No, it had to be
people,
God. Mm-hmm.
yeah. And she's like, people just put too much into it. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I believe in prayer. I believe in God. You have your beliefs and I have mine. I'm like, I'm not judging you, so stop
Mm-hmm.
judging me. And I said,
That's right.
I it took me a long time to realize, like, one thing you can't do at any place is talk about, like, religion, and you can't talk about politics because everybody wants to kick the shit out of each other. But I don't care. I
Mm-hmm.
will always thank God, because without God, we're nothing, and we would have nothing,
Right.
so, and that's from our
Mhm.
health to everything. I mean, I thank Him for every aspect of my life. I mean, I've had my gram was very sick one time, and they didn't think she was going to make it. And we prayed and we prayed and we prayed. And they're like, we don't know how she's still here, but she's still here, and it's like, okay.
Mhm.
And then I've had situations where it didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to. But I always said, when I pray, I always say, do your will, what you need to be done. But I always ask for comfort and peace, and strength, like whatever the end result's
Mhm.
going to be. A lot of people don't
Yeah,
believe that. Like, you can't take your beliefs and shove them down my throat. So that's why I'm not shoving my beliefs down your throat. I'm like, you just have to let people be who they are and believe what they believe. But one thing no one's
yeah,
ever going to take from me is Jesus Christ, because He's the man. My one grandson
that's
has this
right.
saying. He always says, um, meet the man, meet the legend, meet the myth, Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, that's
and
right.
and I don't know.
Hallelujah.
I am a strong believer, and like I said, no one's going to
Yeah.
change your mind. But you meet people, and they try to, like, change your mind, or they try to, like, make an excuse for why this happened. And I'm like, no, you're not going to do that to me, because I'm not going to fall. Like, I
No.
know I know the reason, the way the things are. Without the power of prayer, none of us would be
Hmm.
where we are today. And I'm like, you're not going to take that from me. I mean, you can try, but you're not going to change my mind.
No, no. It's like, a person has to, I never, like I've got a associate's in biblical studies and I'm
Mhm.
working on a bachelor of ministry, which is this is really a bachelor of biblical studies. I'm almost done with that. I only have one in about almost two courses left.
I'm so
Yay! I
happy for
know.
you.
So I'll be done. I think I'll probably finish within the next 6 months, more than likely. Depends on how hard I work at it, but I am working at it. So 6 months probably I'll finish that off, and then I'll have a bachelor. But the thing is I really did it because I wanted to learn God's word and the Bible,
Yeah. Yeah.
and from teachers, really good teachers, not from just somebody who just teaching what they want to teach. I wanted to learn what
Mhm.
believing scholarship had to say about it, not critical scholarship that doesn't believe it. So I picked a good school and I got all this beautiful Bible teaching, and I really loved the Bible. And so, you know, but because I have that, and I don't go around really. If somebody asks me about something about the Bible, I'm more than happy to give what I know about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I
I like
don't go
that.
around trying to change people's views. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I've talked to Muslims, I've talked to Hindus. I actually had Muslim friends, Hindu
Mhm.
friends,
Mhm.
and I don't sit there and try to make them see my view, just
No.
like they don't sit there and do it to me.
No.
If I want to know something, I'll ask them
Yeah.
if I
That's what
don't
that's what I
understand
do.
something about their religion. Yeah,
I think
but is it to try to?
but everybody interprets the Bible differently, because if you can read a passage and I take it one way and you take it another way. So it just, you know,
That's true, and there's really only one way. And the problem
exactly.
is that most of us can't figure out what the one way is. That's
That
why
is true.
um, it's the best thing to do. Here's my take on it. This is how I feel about it, because I mean, if people would disagree with me, that's fine. I'm sure they will if they hear this. But the thing is that the further away you get from Scripture, the further away you get from the truth.
Yeah.
Like those people wrote that down, and it is proven that they did write it down. There's way too many proofs to show that it was written down right within 40 years of Jesus ascending back up into heaven.
Yeah.
And so, John was still alive at the time, 95 AD. And so a lot of people say, oh, no, the books were written later. And that there's no proof for that. There is proof that they were written earlier. Yeah. So, there's just too much proof. So I don't have a problem with that. The issue is like, the closer you get to those original manuscripts,
Mm-hmm.
the ideas, and some of their ideas weren't solved. Like they had no idea really. They didn't call it the Trinity, the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit until later, because they didn't have a word for it. It's not that they didn't believe; they just didn't have a word for it, right? So some things came later, but the general ideas of who Jesus is, what he came to do, what he's going to do in the future was all in place, because those people, a lot of them knew the Old Covenant. They knew the Old Testament, because a lot of the early writers were originally Jewish. So this is Judeo-Christian. To be a Christian, really, you can't separate it from Judeo-Christian, because if you do, then you may be looking at an Aryan side Christianity, which is not Christianity. I'm sorry, but it's not, because Arianism is false. So it's like there was all sorts of people refuting the Gnostics and Arianism and all that stuff, because it's false doctrine, right? So there's this big issue of false doctrine, what's true, what's not. And you can always just wander around lost if you want to, as far as Scripture goes. I just didn't want to do that. So I went and I got some really good Bible teaching, and I got what I know is to be as close to the truth as I could get.
Yeah.
And I don't go around spewing it around acting like some big shot, because I do have that information, like other people might. If somebody wants to know something, I'll explain what I know and even share where I got the information from. But I'm not going to go and spew it out like I'm some sort of know-it-all. But the thing is that there's a lot of people who have these certain beliefs, and just because if you believe something doesn't mean that's necessarily true.
No.
Because if it's not true to begin with, if it's not a truth, then it's not true. It's just made up like a fable. For instance, a lot of people think Jesus is just a fable, or he was just a man, and so they don't believe that he's God. And, they don't believe he's the second person of the Trinity, the Son of God. They don't believe that. They just think he was a nice man. You know what I mean? Because there's kind of proof that he was on the earth, And the thing is, there were too many people that saw what had happened, and too many people wrote it down, what had happened. You know what I mean? Do we have those original manuscripts? Not really, but we have ones that are really close to it. They have thousands, like literally tens of thousands of fragments of these letters, these written documents that were Matthew, the Gospel according to Matthew. And people say, well, Matthew, who is Matthew? Who's this dude? The closest person to that time period, I forget who it was. I don't know. I can't remember if it was Ignatius or Irenaeus or whatever. Said that no, it was Matthew that wrote that gospel. And that was very close to where John had passed away in 95 AD. So there is truth, and then there's people that want to say that that's not true. I mean, it's kind of like we can all say the same thing, you know.
Mhm.
Just the same with Muhammad. The Muslims believe that he went up, the Prophet Muhammad, that he went up on in a horse, took him up he went up to heaven.
Mhm.
Well, I wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I wasn't there, I didn't see it. If you, so I, to me, it's kind of like if they want to believe that, I'm not going to try to change their mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to say, "Oh, you're wrong," because then they could say that to me about Jesus.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
going to argue with anybody about religion. Yeah, I
No.
hear you, because
No.
there's
I
no
just
point. We could all argue and cause this big issue. It's not worth it. It's like you believe what you want to believe. That's fine, but don't get on me for believing what I want to believe.
Yeah.
Right.
I've had a lot of
And
conversations with my pastor.
that's just it. Like, you know, I would never tell a Muslim, "Oh, well, you're wrong."
Yeah. Yeah. I,
Because
I
if
thought,
the creator God wants to convict their heart. Yeah.
yeah. I've talked to my pastor a lot of times, and like I'll ask him different questions or different questions about different religions, and like he's really good. He explains it kind of like you. Like a lot of times I'll ask you something, I'll say, "This is how I interpret it. How do you?" And when you know the background and you know the history of it, because my mom was very concerned because I have tattoos. And my mom's
Mhm.
like, "It's in the Bible. You can't have tattoos. You're going to go to hell because you have tattoos." And I'm like, "Mom, that's not true." And she's like, "Yes, it is. Yes, it is."
No.
She's like, I'm like, "No, it's not." I said, "You have to know the history of it and the background of it." And I said, it makes sense if you listen. And she's like, "I don't want you getting no more tattoos." So I had to promise I wouldn't get no more tattoos. And then she's like, "Well, how many do you have?" So I can I'm like, "I'm not telling, Mom. I'm not telling."
Like I want to start keeping count here.
Well, that's it. My sister. She's like, "What do you have? 8, 10?" I'm like, "I have 8."
No, it's tattoos. It's not about anything that we do. Salvation, and and that's what man has a hard time with, because we think that
Yeah.
it has something to do with something that we do. We don't have anything to do with salvation. We just have to believe.
Yeah.
um, because we could never do enough good works, and that's the issue. And James and all them, they were talking about works, and they said, if you're really in Christ Jesus, people are going to see, they're going to know because of your good works. But you're
Mm-hmm.
not doing good works to try to be saved, and that's the
Mm,
issue. I really don't think God cares what tattoo how you have on your body. I think He wants people to take care of their bodies, and it's obviously He would want us to take care of our bodies. But having a tattoo is no different than somebody smoking a cigarette. If you're going to debase your body somehow, we're all doing it. We're eating
yeah.
sugar, garbage. We're putting garbage in our mouth. A lot of people are doing drugs, you know what I mean? Drinking alcohol
Mhm.
to excess levels, which I don't blame them. But the thing is like, we're notoriously lost without the Lord.
Yeah.
And so the
Yes, we
issue
are.
is there's nothing that we could do. There's not enough good things we could do to be saved. So works has nothing to do with salvation. Salvation is what God does for us,
Mm-hmm.
and that's only by faith that we believe, we receive, and we're saved. You know what I mean? So yeah, having a tattoo, no big deal. But back in the old days, they used to believe that, and they used to
Yeah.
believe like if you smoked a cigarette, you were going to hell. Um, you know, because they were thinking it's the old covenant. In the old covenant, that was different. The Israelites were supposed to be behaving a certain way, so the nations around would notice, and they'd be like, "Oh, who's their God?" You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're so blessed. Like we want what they have, and that they were supposed to be making everybody jealous around them, so that they could be like, "Hey, who is that God? I want to know that God." Right?
Yeah.
That was the idea behind that. And they did have certain rules they had to follow to the holiness, the purity rules.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not for us today. No, Jesus took care of all that on the cross,
Yeah.
and he just it's not the same covenant. You know, we've got a different covenant, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
But I always feel bad because I'm try to be a good steward of everything that God has given me. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I really try to appreciate everything He gives me.
Most
Um,
definitely.
it's not so much a work of righteousness; it's more of just being grateful uh, for everything that He's done for me, and knowing that there's so many people out there struggling and suffering, and He keeps making a way for me. And I'm like,
Yep.
thank you, Lord, because
Yep.
we see what's going on around the world, you know, and I'm like, I don't know how come I'm so blessed, but I really thank you, Lord, for everything, you know.
Me too. Me too.
Because we know there's little kids around the world right now dying because there's food in warehouses, but they won't give it to the people, and they'll in those countries, and they'll just let those little kids die. And
That's a
there's
shame.
medical equipment and everything, but they will not. Yeah, it is. It's a real shame,
Is
and shame on
you
those
know,
people that are doing that.
exactly. That is like heartbreaking
Great.
because to me,
It is.
I have 25 kids in my class, and I say that a lot because I can't mention their names. But
Mhm.
when I go in there and like we're doing snack and we do grace and everything, I look at them little kids like they're my kids, and it's like you're picking on my kids, you're picking on me, and to think that somebody could be okay with not feeding a child or abusing a child, I can't grasp that.
I know.
I just can't. And I've had different people say, "Oh,
No,
well, you take it too serious and you take it to heart." And it's like they're innocent little kids. I have kids 5 and 6 years old, like 7 years old. Like, how could you
you
be
should take it
abused?
to heart.
I can't. I have kids in there that want to come home with me every day and they cry because they can't come home with me. And
I believe it. I really do.
the one little boy
Because you're nice to those kids. Yeah.
today I went to leave, and the one little boy, God love him. I just love him
You
to
don't want to
pieces.
move it.
He grabbed onto my leg and he's like, "I'm not going home." I said, "Honey, you have to go home." He says, "I'm not going home. I'm going home with you." I said, "Come on, your dad's there waiting. You got to go."
Oh,
"I'm not going home. I'm going with you." And he literally had his arms wrapped right around my leg like this. And I'm like trying to walk to the door to get him to the door. And he's holding on
it's
for
like,
dear life. So I said to him, "I'll tell
hell,
you what." He goes, "What?" I said, "You know how at the end of the day, I give you guys something like a sweet treat to take home because you're good." And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "How about if I give you 2 treats?" And he goes, "Can I have one for my
oh,
brother too?" I said, "Always, you can have one for your
oh,
brother too." So I had to bribe him with cookies to get him to go home today because he
yeah,
didn't want to go home. He wanted
seriously.
to stay.
Yeah, it's understandable because they probably feel safe with you, and you're fun and friendly, and you're a safe person, you know.
Mm,
Um, I don't know how these people can do these things to these people.
me
You know,
either.
it's kind of like it's just greed. It's greed and power tripping, and you know, I mean, right now there's a whole problem with in the in the Congo, and there's I just got an email from this church that I follow their stuff, and I got an
Mhm.
email. They have classes and stuff like free online courses, um, and they sent this message and they said pray for the church in the Congo because uh, uh, the one of these rebel groups rounded up 75 Christians and slaughtered them in a church.
Oh my God.
So they just slaughtered 75 people, women, children, men, all ages, doesn't matter. And it's so sad because I'm thinking, what is in their hearts but pure evil, right? Um,
Hmm.
and I'm not going to say any, because all religions have done this. Every
Hmm.
single religion out there has had their share of killing people for no
Oh yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
For their own stupid reasons, but to me, it's just no reason at all. And it's like, you know, they all have their ideas and reasons why they do it, but the thing is to me, it's all bullshit. You know what I mean? Um,
Exactly. I
yeah, no,
agree.
it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And I don't care who you are. They shouldn't be doing it to Muslims. They shouldn't be doing that to Hindus. They shouldn't be doing that to anybody.
Anybody.
You know, I'm not just
No,
talking about
nobody.
just Christians. I'm talking anybody. Okay, I mean even atheists. You shouldn't be rounding up 75 atheists and doing that. What's the
No.
matter with these people? They're just sick. They're evil, sick and evil. I don't know. It frustrates me to no end. And it's like, yeah, I'm so thankful for everything
Me too.
because God has made a way for me to get to be this age, which is amazing. Like if you live
Yes.
to be, get over 50, you're doing good, you know?
Yep.
And some people take this life for granted. They do. They totally take everything for granted. And they think, you know, that they should live to be 100 and why not? And it's kind of like, well, you see how many people around the world don't live to be 40,
No.
you know? And we're really blessed to be able to live to be 50, over 50. Now
Yeah.
I'm approaching 60. And
Yeah.
I never thought I'd live to be this age, to be honest with you, right? I really didn't. I just thought I'd end up doing myself in or something. I'm like, I don't see how I could live that long because I'm stupid. You know what I mean?
No, you weren't.
And I just couldn't figure out life, you know. But he had a better plan for me. You know what I mean? Like he really did.
He did.
And I'm thankful. Yeah, very thankful. So I don't take this life for granted.
I've had a lot of friends that I have lost over the years. Like we were in our 20s and 30s when they passed away. I had a family member that passed away in a fire and she was 30. And it's
That's
just,
sad.
it's crazy because we're, you know, it's like we're fortunate and to be here at this age. I mean, I'm 55, even though I tell my kids in my class I'm 29. You know, it's like I'm 55 years old and but I'm so grateful. But
I'm 29 and holding.
Yeah. I'm 29.
Every year I'm 29.
The one little girl, she says to me, Miss Donna, girl, I know you're not that age. And I said, well, how do you know? And she goes, because your son's my basketball coach. But she always goes, girl. She's cute.
Yeah, girl. That's cute. That is so cute. Oh, I love it. You know, I love it.
But I said, I'm like, we're so fortunate. And I said the other day to somebody, I'm like, we have less time ahead of us than we do behind us. She's a doll. I love her. And she's like, and I said, but I said to a friend of mine, I'm like, we have less time ahead of us than we do behind us, you know? So we ought to be grateful for every day we get. And she's like, well, I'm not grateful. And I said, I'm grateful every day. Open my eyes. So.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. So, you know, seriously.
I have a friend that lost her daughter to cancer. And my heart breaks for her husband. And she was so young, so young. And it's heartbreaking.
It's tragic.
Yeah. And it's like, we have people here and they're complaining because, you know, they have aches and pains or they don't want to get up and go to work or whatever. And it's like, you have people out there that would kill to have their loved ones still with them. You know, they would do anything to have their daughter with them. And then turn back around. Then it's like, you have someone else over here bitching and complaining because they have to get up and go to work or, you know, it's crazy. Some of the people that you talk to on a daily basis, there's this one girl, she's 24 years old and I run into her all the time and she's always complaining. And she says, I pulled a muscle in my back and the doctor said that I need disability. I'm never going to be able to work again. And I'm like, well, I don't think it works that way. And she goes, why? I said, I was in a really bad accident. I said, and I had to have shoulder surgery. I said, and I had problems with my hip. And I said, I had to have a procedure done on my back. I'm like, trust me. I said, I was a lot older than you. And I said, they didn't even want to give me temporary disability. I got denied. I'm like, so I can't see you pull a muscle and they're just going to give you disability. And she's like, this is a new generation and they do things differently. And I'm thinking, oh my God, to be 24 years old and have a pulled muscle, I would like dance in the streets, you know, but I don't know. Yeah. People don't take life for granted. They don't value it. And to me, I value life. I mean, every day that I'm here to be with my grandchildren, to be with my friends, my family. I mean, I get up every morning. My mom calls me 9 o'clock on the dot every morning. And I look forward to that call. And it's like, people are just so ungrateful. That's very cool. And I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for everything God's done for me, given me, the people he's put in my life. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. I got you. I got Lee. I got Maureen that works with me. Like, I don't know what I'd do without you ladies.
Yeah. No, we've all been very blessed. And I know God brought us together. Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that. Yeah, it's like because we live nowhere near each other. No. We've been best friends for a long time, 20 years. And it's Yeah, it's amazing. I do believe that that was God doing that. And
Hmm.
I know, like you know, sometimes I think young people, especially really younger people, they don't realize how grateful they should be. You know what I mean?
No,
Because I know when I was young, I wasn't a grateful person.
no.
Um,
I said that the other
I
day.
was just a cocky kind of a jerk, when I was young. I was like, I have to be honest. I mean, I was an ass. I mean, I'll just put it plainly and impolitely. I was a jerk, and I did that on purpose because I didn't want people to bother me. And I was like, well, as long as I'm an ass, people will leave me alone, and they
I
did,
can't
right?
see you
Because I was
being
just,
like that.
it didn't, oh, it was bad. It was really bad. I
I
mean,
can't. I just
like
can't
people
see
would,
you being an
I,
ass.
I
You're
was just,
not.
I was just cocky because I was
I
taller
think
than a lot of
everybody is
people,
when we're
bigger than
young.
most people.
I think
Yeah,
when you're
but I
younger,
mean,
you
I mean double cocky, you know.
are.
And I was like more cocky than most people. And I was like, but I think it's because I really was just trying to protect myself, and I
Yeah.
wasn't really all that grateful about much. So I wasn't one of these happy kids running around happy. Um, and I think there was a lot that I should have been thankful for, but at the time I wasn't. So that's my
Yeah.
point. You know what I mean? And it's funny because later after you lose some people, you lose some friends. One of my friends died and was killed. And then another one of my good friends was killed years later. You
Mhm.
lose people and you start to realize, wow, how ungrateful I really was because I was very thankful for those people in my life.
Mhm.
And at the time, we used to kind of, we were so young, like none of us were sitting around going, oh, I'm so thankful for you. We were just looking for the next party. But the thing is like, we were like, party on, that's really what it's all about.
I can
None of
see
us were
you.
like,
This is
oh,
so
we're
funny.
so glad to have friends, and all this. We were just like, who's got what and where are we going? And we're going, you know what I mean? It was insane. It was absolutely insane. So, but I did love those people and I did care very
Yeah.
much about them. Um, and I think that they cared about me and I think they cared about the group. It's not that we didn't always show it, but that's because I think young people are, they're too cool for that. But
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that they don't remember and that they don't know, because years later, I mean, I've talked to some of these people that I was friends with, and we all agreed that we were all pretty stupid back then, and that we really did care back
Probably.
then, and we loved each other. We just really didn't say it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't really show any gratitude when I was young, not really, except for to some really nice families that I knew. So, that really did some nice things for me when I was young. But for the most part, I was kind of an ungrateful person. But when I got older, I started to realize like that I was grateful for a lot of things. You know what I mean? Um, and then when I hit my 30s and I met Cecil up here in Canada, I really started to become grateful.
Yeah.
Um,
Cease was great.
because I was like, wow, my life is starting to settle in. Yeah, I started to relax and started to enjoy life a little bit. And um, and then when I met the Lord, I was just like, I'm so grateful. Wow,
Yep.
you know, like He brought me from the pits of hell, literally, out of my own pit of hell that I was in. Um, you know, so people want to say, is he real? Absolutely, he's real. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's I included my testimony in my one of my books, Life of Death and
Mhm.
Redemption,
Yep.
because for anybody that reads it, I wanted people to know he's absolutely real, and
Yeah.
you know he saved me,
Yep.
and I wouldn't be here today. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
if God hadn't got a hold of me, I wouldn't even be here today. I would have just ended my life, right?
Yep.
So he's real. He's absolutely real.
He is real.
And then with Cecil passed away, oh yeah, like and funny thing is like sometimes like people's testimonies, people just go, um, sure, okay,
Yeah.
you're okay. They don't want to be mean, so they don't say, oh well, you're just full of crap. But they just kind of say, sure. But honest to God, I mean, the thing that happened to Cecil when he went to heaven, when God took him to heaven, I mean, it was just me and him in the room. And Cecil didn't know anything Cecil didn't really study the Bible like I did. And he did know a lot about the Bible, but he
Mhm.
didn't know
Mhm.
a lot about like the Jewishness of the Bible. and he wouldn't have known to call Jesus Yeshua, I don't think, you know. And he said, and when he was getting ready to pass away, he heard this knock on the door, but there was no knock on the door. And he was like, honey, there's a knock on the door. And I was like, oh, you better answer it. It could be Jesus, you know. And so he just went with his arm like this. He was literally dying. And he went to pretend to open the door. He thought he was opening the door. And he was like, Joshua.
Yeah, I remember you telling me
that's
that.
Jesus. Yeah, that's Jesus's name. It's Yeshua. It's a form of Joshua, which means salvation. That's what his name means. It's not that his name is Jesus. His name is that's the Greek name for Yeshua, which means salvation. So Jesus' real name is Salvation. That's what his name is. So you can walk up to him and say Salvation, because that's his real name. So it's like there he is coming to pick up Cecil, and Cecil was so happy, man. He was so happy, and he just left me. He was like gone.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to go too. I was like, you can't leave me here. I don't want to stay here. I want to go too. Right? And it's like, seriously. And I thought I was going to have a heart attack because I thought, this is it. I'm going with him. And then our little cat meowed. And I looked at her and I'm like, felt sorry for her because I thought, oh, she's having to see all this and she doesn't know what's going on. Cats are pretty smart. They're pretty intuitive, And so I thought, who's going to look after the cat? And then I thought, oh, I have to stay.
You have to stay.
And I was like, boo. I wanted to go with him because Cecil wanted to be with the Lord. I mean, praise God. So I've seen some really amazing things. Absolutely amazing things.
Me too.
And for all those people that doubt, that's okay. I feel sorry for you. I'll pray for you. There's a lot of doubters out there because they haven't had their experience, but I hope you have yours very soon. And I hope he does.
I don't even get upset with people when they say negative things anymore. I don't get upset. I'm always like, I'll just pray for you because it's the only thing that I can do. And I know when I do pray, like there's people on Facebook always asking for prayer, or there's people in our lives always asking for prayer. And I'm always like praying for them. And I try to remember everybody's names, or if I'm sitting there and there's something on Facebook and it says pray for somebody, I'll kind of like say like a little prayer, and then I always put prayer said, and I put the little hands in the heart. But, there's a lot of people that, they're like, well, that's useless. But when I'm praying and before I end my prayer, I always say, dear Lord, we all need you. Just wrap your loving, caring arms around the planet because we need you. We all need you.
Exactly.
Even people that don't think they need you or don't know you, they need you. And it was funny because a couple of the kids, they said to me the one time, they're like, Miss Donna, why do you always say that? And I'm like, because we all need Jesus. And they're like, I guess. And I'm like, you guys will learn as you get older. But I'll tell you what, my class, they have learned a lot about Jesus this year between the lessons we do. And then we have two beautiful ladies that come in every Wednesday and teach them. I just love it. Like, I love it. We were in there today and they come in and they're doing a Bible study. They do the littles and then they do the older kids. And they come in and they're all smile, and they're like, can we copy these papers? And I'm like, yes, go ahead. Use my printer. And she's like, I don't know how to. And I'm like, okay, I got it. So I went over and I printed the papers, and they always have like a story for the kids and then like a lesson. And then they give them like a treat, and the kids just absolutely love it. Like when the kids are fighting to line up to see who's going to go first, they're like in the Bible.
That's awesome.
They do. They love it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's a good environment. It's safe. Of course they're gonna like that.
They love it,
and hopefully they'll take it with them. Through their life. I knew about Jesus. I knew about the Lord when I was a little kid, and like my dad was a Christian, so he was always talking about the Bible. I just didn't listen to him. Like nobody in the family did because he was a little. He really needed to be on meds. Let's just put it that way. He just wasn't well. But the thing is,
Lori, he didn't need meds.
I was happy for him because he seemed to be happy going to church and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He did. He needed meds. Oh yeah. He was diagnosed borderline schizophrenic and
Oh, I didn't know
borderline
that.
personality disorder. He should have been on meds, right? But yeah, he was diagnosed mentally ill. Yeah,
I didn't
he
know
was a
that.
scary man. He was very scary. But the thing is he would go to church and he loved this church group and they loved him. And like sometimes he would want to take me and my mom didn't want me to go with him, just because she was afraid that he'd kill me or do something. He was a little
Mhm.
off of his rocker, you know what I mean? Um, but he loved the Lord, and he always
Good.
was. He carried his Bible. And he loved God, and we knew this. So growing up, the whole time, I mean, I knew that he really did have knowledge and really a relationship with God, but he was haunted by these demons that were always after him. But really, it was schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder. I do believe that he was demon possessed. I really do, because my dad would like run out in the middle of the street in the freeway, not the street, just the freeway, and try to get hit by semis in the middle
Oh
of the
my.
night. And like he'd run out there naked in the middle of the street. Yeah, yeah. And my brothers would have to go get him and bring him back home, and they'd be like, my mom would be like, "You got to go get your father. He's out on the freeway running around trying to get himself killed." And my brothers would have to go out there and get him and drag him
Oh.
back. And they'd just be like, "Oh, God, here we go again. 2 o'clock in the morning."
I'm
Like nobody
sorry.
got any sleep around there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was
I'm
terrible.
sorry.
But he loved the Lord. And all through his life, he loved the Lord. And,
I remember when
but
he was living
because
with
of,
you, he did. When he was staying with you, he was always
well,
in the word.
he was in the Word,
Mhm.
like he was still in the Bible. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But he was
Yep.
still scary.
Yeah.
And he was an
I
old
remember
man,
that.
but he couldn't like physically assault me anymore, but he could kill me. And one night he held a knife out at me in my kitchen, and I was like, "That's it, that's it.
You're out of
I
here.
let you stay here for 6 months, and you're going to one of those seniors places because I'm not tolerating this."
I don't blame you.
I
I don't
mean,
blame you.
no, he
But
was
you
scary.
were
He
good.
was
You
very
were
scary.
good to him. You were really good to him.
Yeah, we were always good to him. All of my siblings were all good to our parents. Like I always said in my books and in my writings, they weren't really good to us, but we were good to our parents, and
Yeah.
I wanted the world to know that, because a lot of
Yeah.
times people will get the wrong idea, and we did the best we could for our parents. Our parents were just really screwed up in the head,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So, but the thing is, they both loved. I know that my mom knew about Jesus, and I knew that she was into the Lord. She was just
Mhm.
she's bipolar, manic depressive, being abused by my dad. She was just depressed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she didn't
She
want to
had a
hear
rough
about nothing
life.
about the Lord.
She had a rough
She
life.
did. My mom had a very rough life. Yes, she did. And like both of my parents did actually. So it's kind of no wonder, that we grew up the way that we did. But because they grew up that pretty harshly, and so both of them didn't experience any love from their parents. They had no idea how to raise children. And they came together with their own ideas. And both of them really messed up and psychologically unwell as well. So they didn't do such a good job raising all these kids,
Yeah, but
But
if you're not taught love, you don't know love. If
no,
you're not
that's it. Where you find
yeah,
it?
if you're not taught or treated in a great manner or in a great way, you don't know what love
Yeah,
is. So, I
that's right.
mean, maybe
Where are
to
you going
them,
to find it?
fighting or arguing or whatever was what they considered love, because if you've never felt it, you don't know what it is.
Well, I think they were just in survival mode all the time, and I think
Mhm.
my mom, because my dad was abusing her from the beginning. By the time I came around, my mom was like that. She was 38 years old when I was born. My dad was 42, so I was the last child born. And there was so many before, and by the time I got there, my mom was done having kids, but she just kept getting pregnant because he just kept he wouldn't let her get on birth control. It was terrible. So this is back in the 60s, and
Mhm.
there was reports of abuse. They never removed us from the home. My parents were arrested and brought up on child abuse charges. But I mean, we've talked about all that before. But the thing is I mean, they were they wouldn't get any help. You know what I mean? Like they were offered help, both of them. They were told to get counseling. They were told to get marital counseling as well as personal counseling and all of this stuff. They had psych tests done. Um, but they wouldn't get any help because they were just doing their thing.
Yeah.
This is what we do. This is life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the kids, like all of us, were just like, well, okay, if this is life, I guess it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was terrible. But, you know, I mean, I knew about the Lord, and I had gone to some friends' churches. Friends would invite me to their churches. So I went to a synagogue one time, a Jewish synagogue, because one of my friends was Jewish, and I thought that was really cool. And then I went to a Catholic church because my best friend was Catholic, and I used to see Jesus on the cross, and I knew who he was. I knew exactly who he was, and I was like 7 years old, and I was sitting there in the pew, and I thought, I know that, I know him. And I thought, I know what he did for me. Because my dad had told me before what he had done. That he went to the cross for all of our sin and all this, right? So I knew the story. I knew what had happened. But, I used to just cry. I just look at him and cry. Because I was like so sad, that happened to him. That he would die for the sin of the world. And I was just a little girl. So I remember knowing who Jesus was.
Yeah.
But I ran from God. You know what I mean? Like I ran from God for a long time. I was trying to outrun him always.
You
I
can't.
was doing a pretty good job of it. I mean,
He's eventually
I
going to
was
get.
staying one step ahead. No, you can't.
No.
No, you can't. That's the thing. The Bible says, well, even if I go down to the pits of hell, you are there. If I raise up to the heights of the heavens, you are there. If I'm in the lowest pits in heaven or in hell, you're there. So in other words, it doesn't matter where you try to go. You cannot get away from God.
No.
And, So, I mean, God has been so good to me. And so I will never deny him.
No.
I will never deny the name of Jesus Christ. Never.
Nope.
Because, no, he's never done me any harm. He's only done me good. And so how could I deny my Savior? There's no way. That's how much I believe in him.
Yeah,
so I
too.
will, on my dying breath, will be saying his name. Absolutely.
Me too.
Because it's not just a belief. Like I know who he is exactly. I wish everybody could have that. That's why I like to do those Bible studies, those broadcasts, and like I think you're my biggest fan. You might be one of the only people that listens to it. But there's a few people that listen, but it's very few.
I love your
I just.
But I love them.
The devotions,
I love them. I think they're so cool. Just you get on there and you're talking and you're saying like about personal experiences, and then you talk about the I don't know. I think it's encouraging to a lot of people. I enjoy it.
Nice, Boo. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just talk from my heart, just like we're doing now. And it's because, I've known such great love and such great grace. That when I'm doing those Bible studies, I really just try to share the love of God with people. Just knowing that there's people out there hurting and are mad at God and they're angry. And I know because I've been there before. You know what I mean? And I was always trying to outrun him and trying to get him.
I think we've all gotten mad at God at one time or another, but somebody said to me one day, God's got big shoulders and he can handle when you're mad or you're upset, or if something happens or you lose somebody you love, a lot of times you'll question why'd that happen to me? Or, why not this person? Or, and the other day at work, I was talking with one of the other women and she said, I'm an artist. And I said, your work's incredible. And her work is incredible. And she's like, you know what I don't understand? How's come like my work isn't noticed like somebody else's? She's like, people want to like shove things in your face, put you down, and she's like, how's come I can't be one of these, great artists that's out there? And I said, I believe, and this is just my belief, I said that God, he saw the beginning from the end. He knows where he wants you. He puts you where you need to be, because if he did make you this big, famous, like artist, I'm like, maybe your life would have took a lot of twists and turns. Maybe you wouldn't have turned out, to have the heart of gold that you have now, or maybe you would be on drugs or an alcoholic, or like, you don't know. I said, I truly believe he puts you where you need to be. She says, I never looked at it that way. And I said, well, that's the only way I look at it, because I look at things in my life and one of the biggest things with me, I was devastated, but God puts people where he needs them to be. So I do believe that. I do believe that.
Hmm. Absolutely. I do too. And I think, because I like to sing, I love to sing. And I don't even care if I don't sound good or not. I like to sing. And people say, you have a great voice. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
my
do.
voice sucks. I'm sorry, but it does. And
No, it
they're like, your
doesn't.
voice is awesome. You should be singing.
No, your voice
But
is good. You are a
I don't
good
like the
singer.
sound of my voice. I just
I
don't.
don't like.
But I
We
love to sing.
listen. We do these radio shows, and I'm listening on Spotify to our show from last week. And your voice sounds real great. And I'm like, listen to my voice. I sound terrible. Oh my God, I sound terrible. I think we're all like that. We all judge ourselves.
We all don't like the sound of our voice.
I,
I think
I
that's it. Yeah,
one
no,
of the
because
mom,
we don't hear it
one
differently.
yeah, one of the moms in my class said to me, she's like, I got your last book for a friend of mine. She's been dying to read it, A Story of Survival, because she watched the interview you did with me.
Oh,
And she's
oh,
like,
right
would
on.
you, yeah, she goes, would you autograph it for her? I want to give it to her, for her birthday. And I'm like, sure. So I said, can I write something nice in it and give it back to you tomorrow? She's like, yeah, that's perfect. She goes, because I won't see her to the weekend. And she's like, I read the book already. It's incredible. And I said, thank you. I'm like, but there's a lot of people out there that don't like what I write or they don't like what I say. And she's like, well, those people suck. They don't matter anyway. And I'm like, everybody has like different, like a different opinion. And I said, you might think my work's great. And then, Johnny over here might think your work sucks, And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's all in the person, and I'm not expecting everybody to like me, but I'm also not expecting, like, if you don't like me, to try to slam me. You know what I mean? But
no, that's right.
people do, like,
I
people's
like
crazy.
your writing. I think your writing is awesome, and
Thank you.
there's a few of your books. One Step Ahead of Fate is my favorite book that you ever did.
Really?
And I
That's
love
one of my
that book.
favorites.
I could
That's
it
one of my
over and over and over again. It's so
that
good.
is
And this
that's
one,
yeah, that's one of my favorites, and so is A Story of Survival. I don't know, they're like my
yeah,
favorite
Story of
book.
Survival.
Yeah. And
So
I love
you're a
my
good writer, and
rabbit book.
it's also
I love my
yeah.
rabbit book.
You've got
I
some
did it
cool
with my
books.
grandson when he was little. But
Yeah, that's so
and I got to
cute.
work with a really
You've got some
incredible
really cool
illustrator.
stuff.
I got to work with a really incredible
Yeah,
illustrator. It's actually from my own community. So,
that's awesome.
yeah.
You have some
And
cool
then,
books out there. I know they are so
thank you.
cute.
I know the one series we did, it was Renova Storytellers. I did it with a group, and what they did was they had a lot of elderly in their community, and they wanted to get their stories down. So we basically put their stories in these books, and there was people online, they didn't like
That's
them,
cool.
or they were rude. And I'm like, they're telling the story of their
That's
town,
so rude.
how they remember it. Like, it doesn't really have anything to do with me. All I'm doing is drafting what they're saying. And like, these people, they were like bitching
Right.
and moaning, and I'm like, calm down. Well, then we went to the
That's
one
rude.
film festival, and the guy goes, I think that this is really incredible that you took this under and you did this with your former town. I think that's great. And I'm like, well, I said, believe it or not, I said, doxing is really new out there. I said, especially for me, because I'm old school. I'm like, but I literally had somebody putting out where I lived and all kinds of stuff, like, and I'm like, no, this isn't cool. Like, I tried to help someone from my community by doing this little series, and now you're trying to put my personal information out there.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting messages, and people was saying like, oh, I only live 50 miles from you, or I only live 3 hours from you. And I'm like, this is some
That's
scary.
sad. Like I saw you were posting something about that, and I'm like, what happened? Because I didn't know what had happened, and I was like,
Well, because
that sucks.
you got people, and they're trying to like put your information out, and it's like, listen, I come out here and I do things and I say things, I write, I advocate. I mean, holy April, I'll be an advocate for 30 years. We fought for laws, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like, okay, but for you to like try to
That
throw me
really
into the
sucks.
bus and tell people where I live. Like that's pretty sad.
Mhm.
And just because a newspaper,
You're very private. You don't want people knowing all
yeah,
that stuff. That's
and
right.
I'm like, just because a newspaper article says I live here, I technically really don't live there. Like you're throwing it. But
Mhm.
this person actually researched me and posted my address online, and I reported it,
That's
and
sad.
they made him take it
Good.
down. And then he started slandering
Mhm.
me on Twitter, and then he was slandering me on some like private format or something that he has. See, I don't know anything about that. I
Right.
guess he has a channel, and like you can have like this private little Discord or something. I
Oh.
don't know. So he was
Mhm.
slamming me on
Discord
there.
or something? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but he was
That
slamming me
sucks.
on there, and I'm just like, whatever. I'm like,
That's
if you
not
gotta
right.
hate me, hate me. It's like if you don't like something I wrote, okay, be pissed off, don't like it. But in the name, you know, the next
Mhm.
sentence, don't try to like throw me under the bus or call me names, or you don't put my freaking address out there where I
Right.
live. Like that's just not cool. But I did
He
have
puts
it
a schedule.
reported and it is being
Good.
investigated. So that's a plus.
That's
And
good.
the best part is a friend of mine saw it and she actually grabbed all the screenshots. So
Right
it's
on.
like, yeah. So I have the
Good.
proof. Just, but it's like if you don't like what I write, don't like it. But there are people just like I said, this mom, she's like, oh my God, I just love your books and I love this and I love that. And she's like, you know what I like the most? And I'm like, what? And she's like, you don't use $100 words. And I'm like, what? And she's like, you don't use $100 words. And I'm like, well, what's $100 word? And she's like, you're not
Yeah.
using words this big. You're wording it so I can read it. She said, she goes, I love that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Everybody writes their own way. Like you've got your style. I've got my style.
mhm.
And, you know, just depending on what you're writing, for the most part, you're writing for just regular people who just
Yeah.
want to read the book. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's how I write. I'm just writing for regular people.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not trying to write some sort of bloody
Well,
thesis. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Um,
I write for myself. I write for things that, with so much work that we've done, I kind of like pull bits and pieces from like different cases that we've worked on over the years. But you know that
mhm.
one book I did, the guy lied and everybody come back. Well, a certain group of people come back and they were hating on me. And I'm like, you're hating on me, a woman, but you
Yeah.
don't have the balls to stand up and say anything to the man that lied. You know, I'm like, so go over there and tell him because he'll
Yeah.
kick
That
your
wasn't
fucking
your
ass.
fault.
No, you know what? The worst part was with that was I saw
That's not
videos,
right, man.
I held documents, and I held certificates in my hand. The man had a certificate. He got a doctorate in the martial arts, and like he had all these different things and like videos of different events he like went to and stuff like that. All that shit was fake. Every bit of it was fake.
Mhm.
And he didn't
See, and
only
that's
trick
not your fault. You
no,
guys were taken advantage of big time.
yeah. And it
You were
wasn't
taken
just
advantage
me.
of by
Well, it
somebody who
was
gave you false information.
yeah. Well, it wasn't just me because I got
Yeah, not
hired as
just you.
a
There were
freelance
several
writer,
people,
and he had a
right?
girlfriend, and the girlfriend actually had left him because she's like, she found out he was a lying dog, but she didn't tell any of us that. But there was somebody, and you and I both know
Mhm.
her very well. She was with a nonprofit organization, and he tricked her. He tricked thousands of people, and there's
Right.
still people online fighting, like literally fighting back and forth that he's legitimate, and other people saying he's not. And the minute that I
Mhm.
found out he lied, I cut all
And that's
ties.
crazy.
I
Yeah.
don't want anything to do with this. But like I said,
Yeah, because that
you
wasn't
get
your fault.
you get people that slamming you, and it's like you're slamming me, but you're not slamming the person that lied. You're slamming me because I was hired as a freelance
Mhm.
writer. It's like whatever. I'm gonna
See,
do
and
me.
you
I'm
aren't
gonna
responsible for that.
no. And well, a lot of people
No,
don't
and then
realize,
you got somebody who's
but they
making a
don't
big
realize.
deal about it.
Yeah. But they don't realize like when you sign a contract, whether you agree with what they say or not, you have to do what they want you to write. It's kind of like even the newspapers I write with. I've
Mhm.
actually, even political, I've had different newspapers that I wrote for, and they would literally want me to sway for one party. And I would be like, I ain't going to put that. Like, I don't agree with that.
Mhm.
And they would be like, well, we're kind of like this kind of a newspaper. And I'm like, well, then I'm just not the person to write for you because I'm not going to lie either. So, I mean, I'm declining jobs because it's like, I'm not going to lie. But I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people that like our work. The You Are Enough book. I had so many people that loved it because we took 9 women from adversity and they come out confident, beautiful, and strong. And there was people that loved it. But then I had people saying, you guys had makeup on. You guys should have did this. You should have did that. And I'm like, well, apparently you didn't read the introduction to the book because it was supposed to tell you that we weren't going to be all photoshopped. We were just normal people. You know, that's
just it. People don't they don't read and they just assume.
No. And I learned no matter what you do in life, you're going to have people that love you. You're going to have people that hate you. It's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's right. And the thing is like that whole thing with that book that I remember when all this went down.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I mean, you literally had to write, there were so many things, so many steps that you had to take to get your name not associated with that person in that book. And it was like an unbelievable amount of work. And it wasn't even your fault because the guy lied to you. If anybody was a victim in this, it was you. And so what I'm saying is, and the other person that was part of that not-for-profit, which we're not saying names, but the thing is like, then you have that turkey, that person, that one that's always kind of razzing you, and he's got a lot of people that follow him, and he's like Lori, a nobody, but he thinks he's a somebody. Let's just put it that way.
Lori, I think you got a hard on
that guy. I think so, I think
you got a hard on.
Very yeah.
Because he can't leave me alone.
Possibility there. I know, because he's steady bothering you.
Yes, he can't leave me alone. He always has to see what I'm doing, or like he'll post pictures, and I'm like, why are you posting my picture? You don't like me, but you're posting my pictures. And then the bad part is him and these people that is in his thing. One minute they're running me down, then the next minute they're saying nice things, and I'm thinking, okay, I think you got a hard life. It's crazy.
Well, the thing is I look at it, it's free advertising, right?
Yeah,
because all them people, if it's that's what I say, free advertising. Because seriously, that's what he's doing for you. Because even if what he said isn't nice, if somebody says, well, I'm going to make up my own mind, because people like to be the judge of their own, like people don't like to be told what to think. They'll be like, I'll be the judge of what I think. So they'll go out and check your stuff out, and they'll be like, well, she's cool. What the hell is your problem, dude? You know what I mean? And so it's free advertising for you. That's how I look at it.
I've honestly had people do that, though, because I've had people like leave comments like on different websites, and they've literally said, like, somebody said something really nasty about you. I've checked you out, and I bought your book. I love your book. Would you sign your book for me? And I'm like, okay. It's just it's crazy.
I'm like, you're going to gain a lot of followers from that.
I hope. Out of anything, I hope.
It's nuts.
I know, but it's just it's crazy because I wouldn't harass somebody over something from 20 years ago. I mean,
no,
I've done so much more in the last.
It's kind of like, dude, let it go.
This dude can't. He's picking on me from 20 friggin' years ago. It's like, come on, whatever. But
it's really kind of ridiculous when you think about it. It's like, dude, get a life,
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I have one really dear friend.
Some of the stuff that you go through is like,
yeah. I have a really dear friend, Tom, and Tom's like, he's a freaking dirtbag. He's a loser. I'll kick his ass. And I'm like, Tom, he doesn't, he can only harass me online. I'm like, he doesn't do anything else. And he's like, that's bullshit. Yeah. I'd kick his ass, he said. I said, he doesn't say anything to that fighter because he knows that fighter would kick his ass.
That's it. So he's picking on the woman, picking on the girl. Yeah. So he's, but hey, I just figure it's free advertising, because every time he puts your name out there, people are going to go and search to see who you are, and they're going to see all the body of your work, which is quite a lot of stuff, and they're going to be like, well, hey, what's wrong with this chick? And then they might be like, they might pick up one of your books and read it and be like, hey, I love it. You know what I mean?
Well,
So if anything, I
he
think he's helping you gain. He's helping you gain
he,
some
he was
followers.
picking on my Addison book. Remember that book I did last year, Addison? It was
Hmm.
released a year ago, Valentine's Day, and it was for dear friends of mine, Jen and Ken. Their daughter passed away of leukemia,
Hmm.
and it was a short
Yeah,
battle.
which
I
is
mean, they told
sad.
her she had a sinus infection, and days later, she passed away from leukemia. And he was online the other day, and like
That is sad.
he's running this book down, and he's saying how terrible it is, and he's like, I don't know how to spell, and I'm like, I didn't even write anything in that book, you idiot. Like I had everybody submit things that they wanted to say about her, or memories, or quotes, or
Right.
pictures of them with her, and
Yeah.
all I did was basically
More
put
like
them in.
a memory book.
Yes, it was
Hmm.
a memory book. And I put everything in here,
Hmm.
and the book turned out beautiful. I mean, I've had so many great reviews and comments on how beautiful it is. And he's like, she doesn't know how to spell, and she doesn't know how to do this, and she don't do that. And I'm thinking, it's not even my writing, it's the people that submitted. If you took the time, and if you really looked to see like what I wrote, or if you could see like underneath each little paragraph or whatever, it has the person's name, you would see that it's not me. You're so willing to throw me under the bus.
Hmm.
You're not even realizing it's not even my work. It's like, get a life, get a
That's just
brain.
sad.
Yeah.
That's the thing. See, I think what it is these people that do that, that guy, he doesn't read any of your stuff. So what
No.
he does is he just picks a title of one of your books and he just makes fun of it and says something stupid like, "Oh, I don't like the way you wrote there." He doesn't even know what it is because he hasn't read it.
No.
So
No.
basically, he's just a free advertisement for you
Yeah.
because he's like
But
putting your name out and everybody's like, yeah, I'm like,
I
cool.
can ask you one question. Who bashes a book about a girl that died from cancer? Like, who really does
That's it.
that?
Like,
Yeah, what's
that's
that say about
terrible.
you, that if you're bashing people over a book, a
It's,
memory book of a girl that died at 23 years old of cancer?
uh,
Like, you know.
that's so. Can you imagine the people that follow this guy and see that are going to be like, what a loser?
Well,
You know,
I don't think
here's
I
a
don't what
book
I
put
think
out by
though
the
is
family.
I think what they do is they post it on there, and then like from the screenshots I saw, like he'll post like one like paragraph or something, and then like he rips it apart or whatever he does, and it's like
Hmm.
whatever, but you can literally see that there's another person's name under there. It's not my name. This was a memory book.
Right.
This book was done like as a beautiful tribute and memory to this young girl, and you're tearing it apart
Hmm.
because you didn't even read one page of it, but you're trying to get even with me because you don't like me. But I did the other day. I did an interview the
That's
other day, and I'm like, this dude has a hard on for me. He just can't get enough of
so
me. That's
low
why he's
life.
talking about me. It's like, whatever.
That has to be it. Absolutely. What
No, I
a
did. I'm
jerk.
like, whatever.
Oh,
I'm like, well, go talk to. I says, go talk to the fighter. Quit picking on a woman and go. You know, you're a young guy, and you're picking on a 55-year-old woman. What the hell's that say about you, you
yeah,
moron?
exactly. And really, seriously, like almost everything that you do, almost, it's like not really about you. It's
No.
for a cause or it's for
Hmm.
something you care about, something you believe in,
Yep.
um,
Look at the book
somehow,
you and
some
I
way.
did, and Lee for the homeless.
Yeah,
We did that book where we
yeah.
composed,
10
like we
cities.
basically compiled all those stories from people and put them
Yeah,
in there. And we did that as a fundraiser to help them
that's
make,
right. 10
raise
cities.
money for the people that were homeless in Tent City.
That's
And
right.
it's like, then you get one person that's
Hmm.
like picking it apart, and it's like you're picking apart something that you don't even understand, like, or even you are enough. It
I
was
know.
like, these women should have wore makeup, or they should have did their hair, and it's like it was a book where we could not Photoshop. It was supposed to, talk about what you've been
Supposed
through
to be
and how,
the real,
yeah,
yeah,
a lot more
the
confident.
real
No,
you. You are
yeah,
enough.
we're
Exactly.
not photoshopping and making people skinny, and nah, we're not doing that. The idea was to show you who you are and that you're enough as you are. But I
Be
mean,
yourself. Exactly.
to pick it apart, it's like, seriously, you have nothing better to do with your time. And every girl in that book was like over 35 years old. So it's like you're picking apart women older than you. Come on, dude.
Hmm.
Crazy. People's
It's
just
just,
crazy.
I don't know. To me, it's just sad. Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is.
It is. It's
because
really
that's,
sad.
I mean, those books are, I mean, I thought they were awesome. You know what I mean? And I really think that that was a great idea that you had, because
Mhm.
these are a lot of women that, had have really a lot of struggles in their life, and to be able to just be seen for who they are, and people to know their real story, to know the real them. What a great opportunity. You know what I mean? And feel
We
good
hit
about
number
yourself the way you are.
yeah, we hit number 38 on Amazon's bestsellers list, so I didn't think that was too bad. And
That's awesome.
in a story of survival, it
I think
was
that's
number
awesome.
7 in paperback, and it was number 10 in Kindle. So it's like, no, I'm not
That's
feeling bad,
awesome.
because people do like what I write
That's
when I
right.
actually write. But like,
Mhm.
just like the memory book or different projects, it's to help other people, and it's to give money to different organizations or charities. So I'm not completely
Mhm.
understanding
Mhm.
why you just want to pick everything apart. But you have people that hate just to hate.
That's right.
You do.
There's always somebody, mhm, inevitably, that doesn't like what you're doing and just wants to run it down.
Oh
I
my,
don't pay any
what?
attention to those
Do
people.
you know how many times that I have had hate mail for trying to open the Pennsylvania Central Registry? Oh my God, people
No,
called
I
me
believe it.
names, they hated me. And the day we did the interview with Aaron Bernstein, he actually said,
Right.
he's like, I don't care what people think of me. He goes, they can say whatever they want. I go, and we do. And it's like, we know, because they do about us too. And Lee,
Like,
Lee,
I know all about that. Yeah.
yeah, and then Lee, that one day, she's like, "Hey, I've had my own problems." She says, "Down here in Florida, like," and I'm like, "It's just,
Mhm.
it's crazy how people hate on you when you're trying to do good things and you're trying to do good works. They have to find fault, or they
Mhm.
have to hate you, and I just think that's crazy,
Mhm.
absolutely crazy. You want to
It
hate me? Have
is.
a
It is.
valid
I've
reason
had my
to
own
hate me.
haters.
Yeah. If you want to hate me for a valid reason. Don't hate me because I'm helping animals. Don't hate me because I'm helping kids. Don't hate me because people
Exactly.
that don't have homes got money from this book, and it was able to help them a little get started over. That's crazy.
Mhm.
Like, you're hating me for all the wrong reasons. Actually hate me for something that I did
That's
wrong.
exactly it. That's right. Because that's the issue. That's why that's all bogus. It's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, I just don't care about their opinions. It's like
No.
when I was doing Blog Talk Radio way back there. There was this one guy, and he used to listen. He was quite a regular in my chat, and he seemed like a nice guy. He was always there. You probably knew who he was too, because he used to follow us with Dreamcatchers, DTR, and all of that.
Okay. Yep. I know who you mean.
So you'd have probably known this guy. I mean, seriously. And one day,
Mhm.
sitting in my chat, and I was doing a show on child sexual abuse, because I used to do all these informative shows, not just telling my story, but real good information for people who may not have that information and may not know about these things. And I was doing a lot of that type of broadcasting for those years. And he's sitting in the chat, and he goes, "Is that all you're going to talk about is child sexual abuse?" And I'm like, well, I do talk about other things too, but I usually focus on some type of abuse, because that's what I'm doing here. That's why it's
That's
called
your
One Child
humor.
Abuse Survivor to Another. Hello, you've been listening. You've been listening to me for years, talking about child physical abuse and all this other stuff, and agreeing with everything I said. And then
Hmm.
because I brought up child sexual abuse, he got upset, and he started telling me off. And I said, you know what, dude? If you don't like it, you don't have to listen. You can always go listen to somebody else. I don't mind.
Exactly.
I'm just doing these shows for whoever wants to listen. I'm not forcing you to sit there and listen to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought, why doesn't he like? Yeah, it's either that he sexually abused somebody and he's guilty, so he doesn't want to hear about it,
Hmm.
or maybe he's a survivor himself and was very uncomfortable with the material. Either
It could have
way,
been.
don't
Yeah.
tell me how to run my blog talk radio program. But people
Yeah.
are so quick to run you down and make you
Hmm.
look like you're a jerk just
Hmm.
because they
To
don't
make
like what you're
themselves look
doing.
good.
Too bad. Move along. That's what I think.
But they're trying to make themselves look good
Mhm.
by downing you, and it's like, whatever happened to the world that we lived in,
Yeah,
where you built each other up and you cared about each other, even if you didn't know somebody, you had mutual respect. There's just none of that
that's
left.
right.
There is none
I
of
don't
that
think
left.
that even exists anymore.
No,
No, no.
no.
And really, we should be, as people on the planet, as advocates especially. I mean, if
Mm-hmm.
whatever cause you have, we should be helping each other out because that's how you get work done, not
Yeah.
tearing each other down, right? It's too
Yeah.
bad, but that's how people are. That's why I generally don't listen to them.
Yeah, that's what here in a
do.
small town. You get that a lot. Like you'll get people like it's funny because the one coworker I have, she's always like, you better write it down, and she's like, don't let nobody know what you're doing because the minute that you say what you're doing, someone's going to try to take your idea. So I had this really cool idea, and I was like, okay, I'm not telling nobody. I told you and I told Lee, and that was it. And when it got announced, this one person from my community, she's like, I did this and I did this and I did this. And yeah. And she took my idea and she tried to revamp it into her own idea. And I'm like, okay. And
Mhm.
she's like, no, I've been doing this. I'm like, lady, let me just show you. I had this style since 2000, or this idea since 2015. And if you look online, it's copyright 2015. So it just goes to show 10 years later, you freaking stole my
That's right.
idea. It's like get a life and come up with an original idea or have an original.
That's like 10 years ago.
Yeah, 10 years ago. But they do. I had a writing. Well, we have the Chapman Word Weavers, and we had a bunch of people within my community that was working on books, and I kind of was teaching them like the publishing process because a lot of people they can't afford to pay $25,000 to have a book published. So I'm like, I was working with.
I know I can.
Yeah, and I was working with a photographer, Stephen Miller, and Stephen passed away a couple years ago. I miss Stephen. He was awesome. He was phenomenal. Yeah, he took so many different pictures for me and stuff over the years, and they were out of this world. Yeah. I mean, I used to always say to him,
like
"I don't
nice
look
guy."
Like this." Yeah, I'm like, I don't look like this, but thank you. I would always say to him, and he would laugh. But like,
you're my best friend now.
Yeah, you're my best friend. Thanks for the nice picture. Fix my hair. So we had the Chapman Word Weavers, and we were working with another organization, and out of nowhere, all of a sudden, they're like, "Oh, this is our writing group," and I'm like, "You can't take my Chapman Word Weavers." I'm like, "You just can't come and take somebody's idea." "Oh, it was my idea," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, Google it once." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" I says, "Well, just Google it." And here I've had the Chapman Word Weaver since 2011. I'm like, yeah, try again there, friend. Try again, friend. and she's like,
what's the matter with these people?
She's like, well,
ideas.
Yeah, she's like, well, it was my idea to have a writing group. And I said, it was your idea to have a writing group, but it wasn't your idea to have the Word Weavers. I'm like, get a life, move on.
That's crazy,
Yeah, really? In small towns, everybody recycles ideas. Mm-hmm. They do. In a small town,
hey, there's yeah. I mean, I can see kind of why, you know what I mean? But the thing is like, you could at least change the name and you could kind of revamp it, you know what I mean? And stop saying that it's your own idea first, It's like, if it is your own idea first, that's fine. Because, if you can prove it, go for it. Otherwise, stop saying it, because that's the thing. People are trying to take credit for stuff that they didn't do, and that's not right. You know what I mean?
We started back.
Not to be. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say we started broadcasting for DTR back in 2009. We kicked off January 1st, 2009, and this person just a couple years ago, she's like, well, I have the first podcast in Renova. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I have the very first podcast. And I'm like, nah, we've been doing this since 2009. She's like, no, this is the only podcast. I'm like, no, we've been doing this since 2009. And I'm like, you really have to research before you just borrow something. Well, she just borrowed something from another organization. They went batshit crazy. They flipped out. They called her out on it. And I'm like, good. Now you people see what I was going through. Everything I did.
That's right. So it's not just you, okay?
No, it's everybody.
It's starting to feel like, oh, it's just me she's doing that to. Yeah, if she's doing it to everybody, then.
Yeah. I had a friend I picked up for work this morning to give her a ride, and she gets in the car, and the first thing she says to me is, "I got a great idea." And I'm like, "Okay, what is it?" and she told me, and I'm like, "It's a great idea, but I'm like, whatever you do, don't say nothing until you're done with it, and you put it out there, because I said I promise somebody else is gonna grab it, suck it, and try to make it their own." And she goes, "Do
That's
you?"
it.
And I said, "Do you think they're not going to?" I said, "You've lived here as long as I have. You know these people." And she's like, "Okay." She has a really cool
You know they're
idea.
going to absolutely do it. That's right.
Yeah. She has a really cool idea, but like I told her, I'm like, "You better keep it top secret, because if you don't, I'm like, you're
Yeah.
done. Your idea's gone."
Somebody else will have it.
It is, though. I'm
That's
like,
really sad, man.
I'm like,
Like,
freaking small
come up
towns.
with your own damn ideas. Sorry, excuse me, but people are really funny, you know?
I always say, get your own damn ideas. Like, I can't think
It's
of
like,
everything over here.
this is it. Like, there's got to be other ideas. It can't just be all yours that they want to take over as theirs. That's pretty lazy, if you ask me. It's kind of like,
Well,
hey, we don't
because,
want to bother coming up with ours, so we'll just take whatever she does and we'll say it's ours.
well,
You know?
it's funny because it's not like just me. It's all these like different other things. This one place was having
Right.
a soup sale. The next thing you
Crazy.
know, all of a sudden they're doing a soup sale. And I'm like, okay. Then the next thing they're having like spaghetti dinners and fish dinners, and they're mimic them every week after. And I'm like, doesn't anybody else see like the same thing I'm seeing? Like these people are having spaghetti dinners like a church on a Sunday. And then the following Sunday, this organization's doing it's everything everybody does. It's just borrowing everybody's ideas. Like they have to
Just
come up with
mirroring
some
it. Yeah.
own ideas. And I'm like, you're stealing an idea from a church having spaghetti dinners and fish dinners. It's like, come on. You can think of ideas yourself. You don't have to steal them from somebody else. It's
That's
crazy.
crazy. That is funny because it's like, especially when you make it that noticeable, like the next week, and
Next
it's like,
week,
okay, didn't we just have spaghetti?
it's
I
funny
guess we're having
because
spaghetti again.
it's funny because
Yeah, that's crazy.
small towns though are so funny because the people are so predictable. And like with us, we
That's
live
so
kind of
funny.
out, so we're not like right there where they are. But like
Yeah,
they're so predictable. You know that if you do something, they're gonna follow your lead just like that. Like it's just the way it is.
I think it's funny. Oh my god, that is too funny.
To a point, honestly, it's funny. But then sometimes, like, if you really put your heart and soul into something, just like we did that podcast, and then we did the Chapman Word Weavers, to have someone
Right?
come and try to lift your idea, it's like, hey, that's not cool. Like, can't you do your
It's
own?
not.
But then when they turn
That's
around
why.
and they're like, oh no, this was a fresh idea, and it's like, no, that fresh idea has been around since 2011.
That's right. That's why you have to back everything up by putting it online and making sure that it's got a date.
Well, do you remember?
And because if you don't, they're going to steal it.
Yeah. Do you
Mm-hmm.
remember when I started doing the Central Registry and I started doing the
Mm-hmm.
podcast of everywhere I went? I did it on
Yeah.
purpose because I wanted to create a timeline, because the minute you do something, someone else is like,
I
oh, I
remember
was
that.
doing that. And when we've put the first like probably 10 podcasts on Facebook, well, Lexi does it. That's Lee's niece. Lee has two
Mm-hmm.
twin nieces that work with us.
Oh,
And
that's
the
cool.
one's Lexi and one's Logan. Anyway.
Oh, right. I remember. Yeah.
And so I'm like, would you make sure that you put these shows on and then post this information? Because at that point we had that change.org thing where we were getting signatures.
Right.
And she
That's
put
right.
everything on there. She got like 4 different messages from different people saying, oh, I was going to do that. Oh, I was going to do that. And she's like, okay, yeah. And it's like,
Sure.
do it, then why didn't you do it?
That's right. It's like, if you
But-
were going to do it, why didn't you do it? It's just, it's irritating because it's like, instead of just being happy and supporting you in it, why do they think that they should have to say that it was theirs originally or that they were going to do it? Who cares?
Small towns. Small towns.
Come up with something interesting yourself, and then you'll get some other supporters supporting you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We have
Well,
the local
it's a pretty
football
small
team. It
that's
is a
for
small
sure.
town, but
Because I mean, seriously, there's more people on my block than there are in your town.
yes.
Like between two buildings, these two buildings right here, there's more people living right where I'm at than there is in your town.
Yes. One red light in the middle of town.
It's small, very small.
But
Yeah.
we have the football team, and they sell Krispy Kreme donuts. And I'm not a donut person, so I don't get them. I don't know much
Oh,
about them. Usually, I buy
I
them
love.
and I give them to the kids in my class. But anyway, they started selling these Krispy Kreme donuts. And it was only like a couple weeks later, all of a sudden, this organization was selling Krispy Kreme. And I'm like, do you people ever do anything on your own? You're stealing from the football team now.
Exactly. Obviously, they don't. Exactly.
No.
Wow.
And then
They
they'll
probably
say,
just sit there and go, watch what everybody's doing, and we'll do it too the next week. Oh my God, that's terrible.
but no, they do. It's funny because they're like, oh, we come up with this great idea, and it's like, okay, and then they do it, and it's like they're selling hoagies, and the other organization's selling hoagies. Then they're selling donuts. That organization just sold donuts. It's like, dude, get an idea of your own.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
Yep.
sad. Because you can imagine that it's, well, I mean, some people like donuts, so having 2 weeks worth of donuts being on sale might be a good thing. But the thing is it's just kind of like, it's stupid. It's kind of like
Yeah.
the whole town probably knows that if there's going to be something going on, they already know to wait for the next week too, because those other people will be doing it as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's probably a guarantee. It's like, oh, these
yeah.
guys are having dinner this weekend, so you know they will be the next weekend.
Yep.
So you know you're going to have 2 weeks worth of spaghetti dinners going on.
They have these
weird.
hoagie sales.
Like, it's very strange. Like,
Yeah. They have these like hoagie sales they do, and like it's through a certain company, and for every hoagie you sell, you earn like $1 or something. And I usually order them like for my kids and grandkids, and it's like, okay, great. So there's this one lady, she sells like 300 hoagies by herself, and I'm always like, wow. A couple weeks later, she says, I'm selling hoagies again, and I said, well, let me see if the kids want them, because with sports and everything going on, I'm just not sure if they're going to want them. I said, I want to make sure they're going to be there, because no one wants a hoagie laying in the refrigerator for a couple days before you eat it. I mean, I don't anyway.
Yeah, getting all crappy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I said, let me check with the kids. And I says, well, by the way, what organization are you doing this for? The same one? And she's like, oh no, I'm doing it to help. And I just started laughing. I said, I don't want no hoagies. If you're taken from another group, one of their fundraisers, that's not cool. It's just, it's not.
It's not. I don't know. People are just a trip. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Really? It's kind of like, okay.
Lee always says, I live in a small town, but yours. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's really small.
Yeah, hers is really pretty small too, you know. But it's a little bit bigger than yours.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Yours is very small. Oh my God, it's so small.
It is too. It's really small.
Yeah. But it's nice, and it's a beautiful area, and
yeah,
absolutely gorgeous, and really it's not like
I love it here.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, so many people would trade. They would gladly trade whatever they could to live right where you live, because you're just in the area there. It's so beautiful. You're away from the rat race, and you know, you got wildlife coming through your yard. You know, deers and bambies in your yard and stuff. And you got little thumper rabbits all over the place, and like, I would have a major supply of bear spray if I was you, because you got bears like coming through all over the place. I'd be like, I'd buy a whole case of bear spray all at once. I'd be like, I got to have my can of bear spray everywhere I go. Seriously, there's bears coming through everywhere. I'm like, I think I'd be just a little nervous.
You know, all they want is on the back of our grills, there's like this little pan, and the grease goes in the little pans in the back of the grill. Well, we have the regular grill, like, and then we have one of those, it looks like the inside of like a skillet pan or something. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, they want that little can off the back that has the grease. And every time
Right.
they come around, and remember the video I sent you with the 650-pound bear?
Yeah.
I had the dog out and I no more come in. It wasn't even 30 seconds. My phone went off and I looked, and there I had a video of the bear. He was coming around our place. I'm like, oh my God.
That's insane. I know.
What was crazy was we were outside within 30 seconds of him coming around. So he was on the other side of the house coming around as we were out back.
Know. That's what I mean. I would have my bear spray handy. You bet. I mean, that is so close. It's not even funny.
But
Like,
they come, and you wouldn't believe it. They literally take their nose and they lift up the hood of the grill because they want that little can that's in the back because it's all grease.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you got wildlife running right through your yard.
Well, I think
it's crazy.
I think the best part
like you're
is
going nowhere.
I think the best part is we have like our little town, but we don't live in our little town. We live out. So I think that's the better part. Like a lot of people looking in, they would be like, oh, I know where you live because you live in that little town, but we live out. So I think that's the big thing.
You're not in that town anyway.
Like we do. I mean, we're right in the middle of the woods. So you're always going to have deer, the bear. We have raccoons. We'll have, it was so funny, not last summer, but the summer before, we had a mother skunk walking right down the road, and she had all these little babies on her back.
Oh.
And I'm just like, oh. And they were so cute.
How
and like,
cute.
probably for a good month, every evening, you would see her walking, and then you would see 5 little skunks falling right behind her.
Oh, it was that's so cute.
But no, it's beautiful.
You had that Bambi. You had that little baby Bambi deer in your backyard. That was so cute. Little baby being born back there. And I mean, it's insane.
Our yard.
Yeah, like I mean, it's just nuts. Like how much in the wilderness you really are. Like I'm in the jungle, but I'm in a concrete jungle. I'm right downtown in Calgary. It's like it's its own jungle.
Yeah, cities are very nice too because I know when I go to Detroit, I love Detroit. A lot of people's like, oh, it's this, it's that. I love going to Michigan. I love Detroit.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I wouldn't mind seeing those cities back there because I've never been.
And I do, and I like going to New York. I do like New York too because there's so much to see, so much to see and do. But I think because we're in the country so much, so when you get to a city, you're just like, wow, let's do everything.
Right. Yeah, and then when you're in the city all the time, you just go you go home and stay home and lock your doors. You're like, I don't want to go out there and see anything. Well, I've already seen everything here and pretty well in the city. There's really not much I want to see around here.
You would be surprised all the people that comes here from the city, like, and they rent like bread and breakfast is, oh my God, I can't even talk. Or they do the little B&Bs and all this and that, or we have like the little country cottages they can rent. You wouldn't believe the people that come from the city and they love it here. They're like, I don't ever want to go home.
No, seriously. You can't blame them because, people, I mean, that's just it, right? It's like people, that's their ideal dream would be to live where you are. You know what I mean? So people always run down like small areas like that, but I don't because I know how beautiful those places are.
Oh yeah,
like I love the city that I live in. It's a beautiful city. Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong with it. We're really close to the mountains. The mountains are about really the foothills of the mountains are 20 minutes outside the city, but Banff and all that is about an hour away, so they're a little further out. But you're in the mountains within 20 minutes. You can be in if you take this one road, you can head right into them and just drive the back way to Banff if you want. So the mountains are very close, and we do have our own wildlife, but they stay on the outskirts of the city and they go around. Like there's wildlife trails through a river that comes to the city, and they do stay on that trail pretty much. Some people have bear problems like outside in the outskirts, bear problems, but downtown Calgary, no, we don't have any bear problems. No, you don't see bear running around downtown. Sometimes you see an elk or a deer.
You don't want any of my bear?
No, I don't want to meet up with the bear. No.
You would be surprised how many pictures I've taken of like bears with the like baby cubs, and we had one that was in the backyard,
So
and
cute.
two little cubs went up the tree. And I have a picture of them up in
Wow.
the tree, and it looks like they're looking down and they have their hand up. It almost looks like they're waving to you. It's so
Oh,
cute.
cool. Yeah,
I'll have
that's
to send it
awesome.
to
That's
you. I'll
crazy.
have to send it to you.
Because, yeah, seriously, the mother bear would be like, come through your door to get you if they thought you were there in danger. You know what I mean? Like,
Did you ever see a bushel basket? How they're like this big around?
yeah.
That bear that was in our yard last year or this past summer, which would have been 2024, his head was as big around as a bushel barrel. Huge.
It's like a grizzly.
He was
Jeez.
huge.
Seriously, like a grizzly bear.
It was just a big old black bear.
Man,
We do. We get
that's
the most,
insane.
we get the best wildlife ever. I mean, really, we do.
Mhm. Yeah, you're in a really beautiful area. That's it. Like, got lakes all over the place there. Alberta's nice, like I said, but if you're stuck in the city, it's, and you don't have a car, then you're trying to figure out how you're going to get out of the city. But when you're living in that, so that's what I mean. Like at night, it's really quite noisy around here, especially in the summertime. Like the summertime, like people are out partying downtown Calgary. They rev their cars, they race up and down the streets. Police cars going steady, ambulances going steady, fire trucks going steady.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
get any sleep all summer long. All summer. I put my earplugs in and I'm like squeezing them in as tight as I can, going just to try to block out the noise. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden, and I'm like, shut up. You know what I mean? And then all these people out there are partying, and you're like, I just want to sleep. I just want to sleep. And after about 2 or 3 months, you're just like, half crazy because you don't get no sleep. It's just too noisy. I mean, I remember my sister used to live out in sort of in the mountains, not here, but in Albuquerque, New Mexico. She used to live out in on the other side of the Sandia Mountains, so really nice out there on the other side, really quiet and beautiful. And I remember going to stay at her place a couple of times. And this was after I'd moved up here. I went down there to visit, and it was so peaceful and so quiet. And you could see the stars. And I was like, this is heaven. This is like a little piece of heaven right here. I was like, it's so quiet. But I couldn't sleep because it was too quiet. I kept hearing, like I hear little crickets and stuff. And I was like, it's almost too peaceful, because I'm so used to so much noise,
Yeah.
That now I can't sleep if there's not some noise. So it's really bizarre. Like, yeah, you get used to these things, But I would love to be out there in the wilderness, and especially at night, so quiet.
It's funny because like all the stores in our community close at 9:00. And if you go to town, because we have to drive into town, but if you drive into town, everything's dead. There's no people outside. We used to have like a nightlife, so to speak, because like they had like quite a few bars and like dance halls and stuff, and people would go and listen to bands or it would be like a dance. They would go and bands would come in and play, and it was a lot of fun. They haven't had that here, I'm going to say, in 15 to 20 years. Like there is absolutely no life here whatsoever. I actually laughed one time because a friend of mine played darts and she invited me to go play, and I've never played darts before. I'm like, sure, I'll go. And like, you would not believe, like, there's nobody out. Like there was literally nobody out. The people out was older than me, and I'm thinking,
Old timer.
Because it's like, where's all the young people at? Like where's all these young people?
That's funny.
Yeah, they were like in their 60s and 70s, and I'm like, I said to her, I'm like, T. She goes, yeah. I said, where the hell is everybody? And she's like, oh, this is it for a Tuesday night. And I'm like, my eyes go.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Alrighty. Still fun though, I'm sure.
So weird. I'll tell you what, we did have fun. I learned a lot of things playing darts that I didn't know.
Yeah, darts is pretty fun. Yeah,
yeah. I guess it's just like the people. Like, I'm not a people person. I don't bother a lot of people. I think I talked to maybe 3 people in this whole community, and that's it. I talk to you every day. I talk to Lee every
Yeah.
day, or just about every day. And I talk to Maureen
Yeah.
about every day or every other day. Like, you guys are like really my 3 people that I talk to on a daily basis. And then there's another woman
Yeah.
that comes in. She helps with my class, Barb. I see her maybe twice a week. So I'm not like a real big people person. And like, I'm there and I'm hearing the things that these people's doing, and like some of the things that they think's okay. I'm like, what the hell are you thinking? Like, I would never do that way. Or, it's like, okay. And
Okay. I don't think I want to play darts with you guys anymore.
I would sit
Sorry
there.
about it. No offense, but
Maureen and I would sit there. We would literally like shake our heads like, what the hell's just happening here? And to these people, it was like totally
that's
normal.
funny.
But I would look at Maureen and I'd be like, oh, did you just hear that? And then she would be like, and it was so funny because neither one of us ever, we didn't know that,
It is so funny.
Mm-hmm. It's like, wow. But it was
That's
just weird
funny.
because like I learned so much about people, and then I would come home and I'd say, Roger, I am so not a people person. These people are nuts. You should hear what they're doing and you should see what they're doing. And he would say, just let it go, babe. It doesn't affect us one way or another. And I'd be like, yeah, but it doesn't affect us one way or another. Yeah, but and he'd be like, it doesn't affect us one way or another.
Let
I'm
it
like,
go.
oh God.
Just let it go. That is
like,
so
let
funny.
it go. But
Oh my
no,
God.
it's crazy the things people do and stuff. It's just absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
it's yeah. I mean, besides you and Lee, I don't talk to people, very many people either. And it's not that I don't like people or anything like that. And some people might think I'm a little stuck up, or they might get the wrong idea. But actually, I'm just really busy. And I think that's what the issue is with a lot of it with you. We're always doing something. I mean, I'm always working on something. Yeah, and then sometimes people say, they're like, well, how come you have to be working on stuff all the time? And it's kind of like, well, because I feel like that's what I'm supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? Like, we all have, I guess, an idea of what our life really is. And
if I didn't talk to the parents of the kids in my class, I probably wouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, you guys are basically it on like I said, the daily. I just, I'm just not a people person. I guess I've had bad experiences with people. I've gotten stabbed in the back before. I've been lied about. And it's like, no, I don't want to put myself out there like that again. So that's the thing. My circle's small. As I say all the time, my circle's small. But I definitely believe that the quality of friends you have is better than the quantity of having a lot. Because when we were younger, we always had a lot of friends. I mean, we always had a lot of friends, and they wanted to hang out and go places and stuff like that. And at that point in time, it was great. We had kids, and our kids played with their kids. But anymore, I don't have time for people, because it seems like people they want to try to put you down, or they want to one up you, and I'm just like, I don't have time for that. Like, I don't anymore.
It's just the games. Yeah, I'm not into playing the games that most people are playing. It's kind of like, and I can see right through it, and I'm just not impressed by it. So I don't usually have anything in common with most people, because they're all playing games. And I can spot it just like that, because I'm aware of it. That's what most people are doing. So I just ignore most of it, and I try to be a good person to everybody that I come in contact with.
Me too.
I don't really make myself available, really, for the most part. And it's like I said, it's not because I'm stuck up or anything like that, or think I'm better than anybody else, or it's not because of anything like that. It's mostly because I'm really busy, and I have my friends that I talk to and confide in, and that's really all I need. I don't really need to add to the mix, you know what I mean? So but I am busy. Like, I keep myself.
You are busy. You always say I'm busy, but I think you're busier than I am.
I don't know.
You are.
I think we're about even. Yeah.
You are, because like myself, I have work, but when I'm at work for those few hours out of the day, you are honestly you're busy. Like you're doing your Tai Chi, you're doing your writing, you're doing your fitness, like you're working on a couple different projects, which I don't want to say, but like you're really busy. So, and then I come
Yeah.
home into the day and I'm like, okay, time for supper. Well, usually I'm making supper when you're making supper because we're on the phone talking while we're both cooking at the same time. And then we're like, okay, we'll talk later. But then we either text or we talk again or we do these
Mhm.
shows. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah. We're both really busy. Like seriously.
so yeah.
And
But
I mean, I
I
think
always
you're a little
laugh.
busier than me, but
But I always laugh because you'll say, "Oh, you're so busy," and I think you're busier than I am.
well, sometimes, I mean, right now I am just because I've squeezed a whole bunch of stuff in that I normally don't do. But I mean, for a while there, I wasn't busy at all, and I really was just kind of like hanging around watching YouTube all day. It was kind of nice, actually. I enjoyed it. It was a nice little break. But
hmm
then it was kind of like, no, I got to get busy. I got to start getting busy. You can't just sit around and watch YouTube all day. I mean, I got
Yeah.
things to do.
When I had that,
I
when I
really
had that
like supporting those YouTube people, but
Well, when I had my last surgery on my shoulder, they did the 3-in-1 surgery. I couldn't really do anything, like nothing at
mhm.
all. I had to wear that. I don't know. It was like a brace. My arm was out like this for 3 or 4 months, and I really
Yeah,
couldn't
that's
do
awful.
anything. So, I basically that's
You
all I
can't
did.
do anything with
I
that.
couldn't,
That's
I would sit there and it would either be I was watching TV or like it was summertime, thank God. I'd sit out on the
yeah.
deck or whatever. I couldn't swim because I wasn't allowed to get my arm wet. So that because I had that
No.
cast
Yeah.
on underneath that brace.
Yeah.
So I really couldn't do that. So it was either I was on my
That's
phone playing, my laptop watching videos, or watching TV. I mean, that was the longest like 4
yeah.
months of my life. I'm going to tell you what.
Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. When you actually have to stop and literally you can't do anything else and you're just like stuck hanging out watching stuff on wherever, it
It's
does
hard.
slow your life right down. Like it's
Mm,
like that's what happened to me when I broke my shoulder 2 years ago, and I lost my job like right after that. It was like really sad. I was like, this is pathetic, and I sat around and just had to let my shoulder heal, and I didn't do anything at all.
no.
I mean, I just watched
Well,
YouTube,
that
hung
was
out,
me.
you
I
know.
couldn't even work. Like I couldn't work
Yeah, no,
because it was like, well, number one, it was
you can't work
summertime.
like you
But
can't work
number
like that. I
two,
couldn't even get dressed. You know what I mean? With a broken
no.
shoulder.
Oh my God.
No.
No, because like everything I did, somebody would have to help me. Poor Roger, I don't know what I would have done
Exactly.
without him because he like helped me get dressed and everything because I
Yeah.
couldn't. I mean, my arm was literally like this,
Oh,
and
seriously. Yeah.
it was like, oh my God. And then I couldn't even get it wet. Like I got in the shower. It was like the day after my surgery or something. I couldn't even get it wet. So I had to put something
No.
around it to try to keep it dry. And they're like, but they
Mhm.
did, like I said, they did the 3 surgeries in one. But
Yeah.
I couldn't get it wet. It was like, okay. And then
That's
it's like,
awful.
well, I can't go to work if I can't move because I couldn't lift. I wasn't allowed to do anything. And it was like this, it just
No.
sucked. It really did suck.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Awful.
physical therapy. I went through physical therapy for like 6 months because I
Mhm.
wasn't just having one kind of therapy. I had to have multiple kinds of therapy. And it was like, I was
Right.
literally down for that whole thing had me down for 3 years, almost 4 years.
Yeah. That's awful. It's a long
Yeah.
time, you know,
That
big
accident was
chunk of your
hard.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Absolutely.
accident took a toll on me. It really did. I mean,
Yeah.
I had migraines constantly. And I mean, I was like, I would have a migraine so bad I would be sick. And it's
Yeah.
like,
That's awful.
you can't
Hmm.
work when you're sick like that, and it was like,
No.
there's nothing I
No.
can do. And it was
Hmm.
almost 4 years. It was just like a
Yeah. It's
couple
terrible.
months shy of 4 years. But that was a
Hmm.
long time, like recovering.
Definitely. And I mean, that was major bad. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it really messed you up. Like, that was
It
really
did.
awful. I
Well,
felt bad for
somebody
you.
said to me one time, "Oh, that accident wasn't that bad," and I'm like, "Yeah, well, until you lived through what I did, baby, you have no idea how I feel."
Exactly. You know, you want to walk in my shoes, I'll tell you can be able to feel what it was like exactly.
Exactly.
You know, for those many years that you had to deal with the aftermath of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Too
I said
true. I mean,
that was
seriously.
hard.
It's it's hard on a person. that kind of stuff, definitely. And it takes time. I mean, my shoulders now, 2 years ago, I broke it. So 2 years, like in what, 2 months? So, um, 24, 26 months later, my shoulders, it's still cracking and popping because it's broken in so many places, but I can do a lot more with it. And they said it would never really be 100%. So they're like, if they said if we do surgery and we put metal in there and put those big sheets of metal and screws and all that, you're looking at a longer healing time, and it's not going to be any better than it is if you just hopefully it'll just heal nicely. I said, okay, well, they said just you're going to have to just work with it slowly and try to get it moving. They showed me what to do, but I finally got a PT guy. I got a physiotherapist now. I've had maybe for the last 6 months, which has made a big difference. Yeah. So that's really been helping me out. And I kind of think that's really what got me started on thinking, okay, I can do this. Because before that, I was feeling kind of like it was over. I'm like, my mobility is going down the tubes, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? I had all these doctors telling me, well, you just got to take it easy. You just got to get your cortisone shots and put your feet up. And I'm thinking, oh, well, it's over. But these physio people are like, no, we can get your legs moving. We can get you some strength, and we'll get you going. I needed a physiotherapist like years ago, right? So that's a shame, right, that I didn't get one. Like, that's what kind of damaged that kind of stuff, any kind of injuries like that. If you don't have the right kind of care and the right kind of help, you really can be messed right up.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have anybody to tell me what I needed to really do. You know what I mean? Like, I had 3 free visits.
Yeah.
Well, up here, like in Canada, well, in Alberta where I'm at, they'll give you, because otherwise you have to pay for it, but they'll give you 3 free physiotherapy visits a year or something like that. They'll pay for them. But 3 isn't very much, You can only learn so much for 3, and they're kind of half-assed. The guys that do it, they're like, okay, just do this. They give you a couple sheets of paper with some stuff on it. That's one. The second time you go back, you just do the same things you just did the first time, because they're only going to address one thing. They're not going to address your whole body. And it's kind of like, it was kind of just, it's a nice thought. It's a bit of a half-assed program. So now, because I'm where I'm at, where I live, I got a PT who comes to the building, and these people are awesome. They're like showing me what I can really do to help myself. And they're like, if you do these, you're going to be in a lot better shape. And I'm like, I'm doing them. I
had a great therapist. I had a physical therapist. His name was Nate. And when I went in, my arm was like frozen to my chest. I guess your shoulder kind of freezes. I forget exactly what it was called, but anyway, it was frozen shoulder. And anyway, my arm's up like this, and he goes like this, and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't move. And he's like, it's going to. And I'll tell you what, the things he did, I mean, he's the one that brought my shoulder back to what it was. He worked with me, and then after I had my surgery, I went in, and he's like, we got to move it. And I'm like, don't touch it. And he's like, I got to don't touch it.
He's like, know what's good for you, you won't touch it.
he goes, I have to move it. And I'm like, Nate, hurt me, and you know what?
So yeah, you hurt me, I hurt you. No, I'm just kidding.
And one of the biggest things was the surgeon. He's like, hopefully this is gonna, because it was in my neck too. He's like, this is gonna help your migraines. And I'm like, I hope so. So we're waiting and waiting. I went like 8 weeks into therapy. I did not have one migraine. I started the very next, it would have been starting the 3rd month of physical therapy. He's like, let's do some push-ups. And I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. And he's like, let's do a couple push-ups. And I'll tell you what, well, it helped me because it helped me get strong. The only downside was if I did too many, I'd get a migraine just like that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was like it was a no-win situation. So the doctor, the surgeon actually said to me, he's like, if I were you, he said, I would not do that. I would do the stuff that you feel comfortable doing. He's like,
Mhm.
because if not, he said, you're going to get the migraines. And one of the biggest things was fixing your neck was not to get the migraines.
That's
So,
right.
so we just
Yeah.
kind of totally, like stopped doing them. So,
Yeah, you have to do like you have to modify it for what you need. You know what I
yeah.
mean? For
And,
what you need for your body.
but I'll
Exactly.
tell you
Right.
what, anybody that had to have physical therapy, I would have recommended him to anyone because he was
Mhm.
awesome. I mean, he really was.
It's nice. That's good that you got a good PT. Definitely. That's how
Yeah.
I feel about this guy here. Um, he's a volunteer and he works with University of Calgary
Oh, nice.
physiotherapy program. So he's a teacher there, but he just does this as a volunteer. And that's really cool. And it's a real program. So like they come out and they've got this website and um, like I have my accounts on this website and I have to track when I do these exercises so that they can see my progress. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see your progress. All right. So this way I know like if I don't enter anything in there for a week because I haven't done anything, I'm like, oh, I better get on this.
Yeah.
It's sort of it makes you think like, oh, I'm not doing it. I should be doing it. You know,
It holds
it's
you
kind of
accountable.
guilty doing it. Yes, it does.
It holds you
So
accountable.
yeah, and he goes, you don't have to fill that out. I said, no, but I do because it makes me. It gives me a sense that I need to do this because otherwise, if I don't have to fill that out, I'm just going to be like, oh, I don't feel like doing them today. You know, I said, but if I
Yeah.
have to fill that out, then I'm going to be like, oh, I can't cheat. I'm going to have to do them and then write it down. So he's like, well, whatever works. It has to be something that's going to force me to do this stuff. Exactly. So no, it's been good. Like some of these physical therapists are really great. Like,
They are. They are.
yeah, yeah. And that's, I think, generally you can really only afford them if you can afford to pay for them.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And that's the issue. Like most people need physiotherapy. And it's almost like you gotta there's good ones online that you can find good info online. That they'll do stuff for free, you know what I mean? But they don't know your body. They're
No.
just giving you general stuff to do, right? But
Mhm.
if everybody could have a physiotherapist and afford it or have it be part of their healthcare program, just imagine how much better shape people would be in, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So it's really just too bad that most people don't have good healthcare. I mean, I'm just blessed right now because I could never afford it. When I was working, I could never afford to go. Yeah. My whole life, worked my whole life. And if
Insurance
something
is
happened,
expensive.
yeah, I mean, just
It
can't afford
is.
it. You know what I mean? And it's like, and now that I'm not working and I'm just sort of getting ready to go on early CPP and all of this, um, now I'm finally getting some help, right? I'm like,
You
well, thank
deserve it.
God. You know what I mean?
You
Well,
deserve it because you worked hard your whole life. I mean, you did.
yeah, I paid in my taxes, definitely.
Yes.
I
You
did my
worked hard.
share. I've been working since I was 16, so like I worked for many years, yeah. So it's only the last two that I didn't work. So,
Yeah. No,
that's
you
enough.
worked your whole life. Worked your whole life. Like it's weird because I've heard a lot of people talk about Social Security. Like, when do I retire? At 62, 67 or 70? And I was talking with somebody the other day, and I'm like, listen, if it was me personally, I would be retiring at 62 because number
Hmm.
one, you don't know if you're going to make it to 67 or 70, and who the hell wants to be 67 or 70 years old working? Like, I look at my but I look at my parents, and I remember them.
Seriously.
My mom's 75, and I look at my
Yeah,
parents and I think, I can't imagine my mom out there working a job. I can't imagine my dad out there working a job at 75 years
no,
old.
it's
And
crazy.
to think that they want people to work to 70, it's like you take a woman, and I worked in nursing years ago. I think it was 2003, 2004, something like that. I went to nursing school, and
Hmm.
there was older women in there when I started because I was younger, And it was really weird because you would have like these older nurses, and there they are, and they're literally like CNAs and stuff, and they're getting patients out of beds, and they're trying to shower them and dress them. And I'm thinking, you're in your freaking 60s and you're doing this, and you can hardly move yourself, but yet you're required to move this
Mhm.
patient and shower him and change him and bath him or her, whatever. But it's like you can hardly move yourself. How the hell do they expect people from like 62 to 70 to be doing that job? You can't, because I
Yep.
know myself, I had my first back injury trying to help one of the CNAs roll a patient, and I hurt my back. Like, my back, I'm bone on bone in there. Like, I don't have many discs on the one side of my back because
Yeah,
of having
that's
that
bad.
issue. And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, so I understand. And that's why a lot of people, when I say, oh, I got back pain or I got leg pain, I'll take an aspirin. And it's like, no, you don't understand. You're not in the body. You don't know.
Exactly. It's
You
not
know,
like that. You know what I
no.
mean? Unfortunately.
But,
Yeah.
but I look at these, like I said, these, especially CNAs, because they're the backbone of any facility. I don't care what anybody says.
Mhm.
Your RN is top dollar and she don't do very much. It doesn't look like the LPNs,
Mhm.
they pass the pills, but the CNAs, they're the people getting these people in and out of bed, and they're doing the work.
Mhm.
A woman
Yeah.
60 to 70 cannot be lifting men three
No.
times her size, getting them out of bed. I'm sorry, but I just don't believe that. And I just think for certain jobs, you have to make exceptions. Or another thing is, you work your whole life, and you make $150,000 a year. We'll just say that, and then you retire, and your Social Security is $3,000. Well, what the hell? How the hell do they expect you to go from making that to living on $3,000 a month? They're just, I don't know. Like, I think it needs a big change in it. I think it needs to benefit the people more.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's a problem.
Being
Like
fair.
this,
You
it's
work your whole life and you're worth a couple $1,000s. So you work until you're dead just so that you can afford what you have. It doesn't seem
pretty much
fair.
that's what it is, and that's what it's about. It's like that whole industrial capitalist society thing is kind of like work, 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 and then just hey, no time to enjoy yourself. Who cares about enjoying yourself? Just work and pay taxes and die, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's what the
I had a
government
woman
game is.
tell me, I had a woman tell me today, she's like, "We only have 7 more years of work and then you can retire." And I'm like, okay, yeah, yeah. If it's 62 when I'm ready to retire, it could be 77 by the time it's my time.
Seriously, by the time you get there, it might be 80. But the thing is like, a lot of people don't live to be 70.
No,
So that's
no.
the unfairness of that. That's not fair at all. It's not right.
And I think of all
Because
the people that pay in for a lifetime and then they die, and it's like,
Mhm.
where's that go? You
goes
know,
the government gets it because, it's not going to go for it's not a beneficiary type thing. You know.
no,
It's a way to get the money back so that you don't have to pay the people, right? Every time
no,
they bump that year up, they're saying we're going to take so much money back because we know that these Joe Blows ain't going to live that long. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So
That's
so
because
many
you work
so many
death.
they have
You
the
work.
numbers. They know basically the numbers, like how many of those people will die. They have an average, so they know how much money they can save. So they bump it up another year, or two, and then it's like, well, good, we're going to save that much more, and they just keep putting it up and up and up. Nobody's going to live that long. You know what I mean?
No,
If you're working till you're 70, slaving away, good luck trying to live that long.
no. I can't even imagine being 70 years old and, like I said, being a CNA or a ditch digger or like a construction person. Like, can you imagine
You just
like
can't.
going up a
Yeah.
ladder and like you're shaking because you're ready to fall off his ladder? Like,
Well,
they,
exactly. And you probably, working that hard, your body's going to be so busted up that you won't be able to do it. Like
they
my
have
dad worked till he was
to change.
75.
Oh wow, but they have
And
to change.
he wasn't an exception. The guy was an exception because he was in really good shape. Like my dad was a military man, and he
Hmm.
was in World War II, and he was stationed up here in Canada. And he was just always in good shape. And he didn't drink, he didn't smoke,
Oh
Like I
wow.
said, he's a little nuts, you know what I mean? But besides this little nut problem, he
Yeah.
didn't do drugs, didn't drink, didn't smoke.
You
He
always
smoked
say
for a
you
little. Well,
you always do.
he was a little psychologically unwell, but other than that, he was physically very well. And man, I mean, he worked. He was a like he worked right up until at his regular job as a like a what was he like really like an electrician, like an electronics um, repair person. So he knew a lot about electronics and stuff like that because he was a radio guy working in the up in the World War II. He was a radio guy, and he had to learn how to work with circuitry, um, diodes and all of these things for radios because he was a radio operator man.
Oh wow, I
Uh,
didn't.
what he did, yeah. So he knew a lot about that stuff, and he was very smart. And so he just did that most of his life. So he didn't have to work too hard physically through his adult life, just kind of an average kind of a job. Like if you were a plumber, you might have to get down on the ground a little bit here and there, but it's not like a crazy job. But he then went to be a greeter for Walmart after he like retired from his regular job. He was a greeter for Walmart for years,
That's
and
cool.
he loved that job. Yeah, he would just
I always
stand
I
around.
always say I'm gonna be that. I'm always like, one of these days you go in Walmart, I'm gonna be like, hi.
I wanted to be a greeter at Walmart because I
I,
wanted a job so I wouldn't end up homeless. But,
I always
but
tell my
seriously,
kids, I'm like, when you come into Walmart, I'm gonna be standing there saying, how may I help you? And they always laugh. They're like, no, you're not. Which I probably never would. I
no,
always just say it to agitate them. I love teaching.
yeah,
I
nothing
love
wrong with
teaching the
that.
kids.
It's good to tease your kids. That's right. But yeah,
You
nothing
know.
wrong with that. He enjoyed it because he got to talk to people, and this was years like that. He was after my mom passed away. He was pretty.
It's pretty lonely.
He was because he was on his own. He was used to always having somebody around, and my sister was by the time. Well, actually, she was still around. The one that passed away from cancer. She was kind of looking after him at that point, and in Arizona. So, but he was still working to right until he was like 75. Unbelievable. The guy was in really good physical shape, but man, I mean, not everybody is, and
No.
I tried to get just regular jobs like that. Like, I mean, I have skills. I'm not stupid. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But because of my age, people they just look at me. Believe it or not, they look at me and they roll their eyes like this. They go like this, and I usually go in dressed to the nines with my nice stuff on,
I've seen you
looking
all
really
dressed
good,
up.
with my hair perfect, makeup perfect, looking good. You know what I mean? Smelling good. I walk in with my nice resume, which has great job information on there that I've done, and they go like this.
Because you're over 25, probably.
Because I'm over 30 exactly,
Yeah.
and I'm just looking at them like I could do your job, dude. You know what I mean? Like, but
Yeah.
the thing is it's it's what it is. If they don't want to hire you, they don't want to hire you. And I mean, I've talked to job coaches, and I have a nice lady here that I work with who she's kind of like she's a job coach, but she's also like an encouraging person. So she does still talk to me, even though she knows that nobody's going to hire me. And she's like, I told her, so they're not going to hire me because of my age. And she goes, no, I know they're not. She goes, because right now there's not enough jobs for the 30-year-olds, so they're not
No.
going to hire you. She goes, um, but because she's helped me. She was looking at my resume and helping me to fix it up and stuff. And she goes, with the knowledge base that you have, they're stupid to not hire you. I'll just tell you
I
that.
said
And I'm
that.
like,
I said that how many
that was
times?
very nice. That was nice. I appreciated hearing it. I did work hard and I tried really hard to do a good job. And, nothing fancy, but it's just that I had a good work record,
Are you
and
kidding me? You worked in banks and all that stuff. I could never work in a bank. I
you
couldn't.
could.
No.
You could if you wanted
No.
to. It takes training, and it's just like anything else. It's just like anything else. But you know, I mean, these were jobs where you had to be bondable for I had a job where I had to be bondable for, I forget what it was. It was a lot of money. Like, because I was responsible for billions of dollars, and
Yeah.
that was a little stressful. It was a little stressful. I only did that job for I
I
think about a year.
I
I was
couldn't do
like,
that.
oh, I think I've had enough of this. It was
You want
pretty
to know the
stressful.
worst part about that job? What it would have been for me is the money, because money is so dirty. And working
Oh
around
yeah.
kids, I constantly use hand
Well,
sanitizer or those wipes. I can't
mhm,
imagine touching money because even here, like if I have change and I take it out of my purse and I put it in a bank or something, I'm washing my hands constantly.
yeah.
That would drive me
Well,
crazy.
yeah, like we weren't even handling any money. It was just numbers on a computer screen. But that
This,
represented the money, you know what I mean? So we weren't touching any money. But I was responsible for all the ABMs here in Alberta for this one bank. So all of the ABMs where you pull money out at stores, in parking lots, those after the bank's not open, but their machine the machines there.
mm-hmm.
So that was my responsibility, was to make sure that those balance every night. And
That would be cool, though. That would be cool. I couldn't do it, but it would be cool.
it was like it made me a little nervous. I did it for a while, but I did work for the banks for many years. Yeah, I liked all the jobs I did. They were fun. I like cooking more than that. I love cooking. And I told that one lady that coached here, I said, if I could be cooking right now, I'd be cooking somewhere. I said, but physically, I can't stand for more than an hour. Like if I stand for more than an hour or two, I start to get in really bad pain,
Yeah.
and I just can't deal with it. And I told that one doctor, um, the last doctor that I saw, he understood what I was saying, because most of them don't. I said, like, I can work today. I can work today for probably 3 or 4 hours, but tomorrow I won't be able to come back because I'll be in so much pain. I
Yeah.
can't stand up. I literally will have to just lay in bed. And he's like, oh, I said, yeah. I said, all
Yeah.
these people see me. And because I make it to your appointment, I said, you see me. I'm sitting here in front of you. I made it to your appointment to come see you. So you think I'm fine. Problem being is that tomorrow I'm not going to be able to walk because I'm going to be in so much
Okay, yeah,
pain.
because I came to your appointment.
And he's like, oh, and because he knows what's wrong with my body, and he's like, I see what's going on.
Yeah.
He goes, it's no wonder. Yeah, he said, okay, well, it's no wonder. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so now you know why I have such a hard time working. I said,
Yeah.
because I can't, unless it's a sit down job where I just go in the door, sit down at the desk and sit there, and then get back up and go home and sit there. It ain't gonna happen. You know what I mean? And he's just like, what a drag. Yeah. So it sucks, right?
It does. But no, I think of a lot of people in their jobs and like the heavy lifting and stuff. I don't think I could do that.
No, now I wouldn't be able to. In the
No.
kitchens, I mean, I used to. Back in the old days in the kitchens, like um the last job that I had, the sous chef job, I mean, I was lifting like 120-pound boxes over my head of chicken, like frozen chicken, because I was the sous chef, and I had to make sure everything in the freezer was was rotated.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to move all these heavy boxes of frozen food and throw the new stuff in the back and put the old stuff. You know what I mean? So it was just
Mm-hmm.
steady,
Steady
heavy
food.
lifting. I was doing that at the age of 41,
Oh
but
wow.
yeah. So that's what threw my hips out though, and that's what threw my whole body out because
Yeah.
I think it was just too much.
The
Um,
lift.
the heavy lifting, yeah, and just being on my feet like 16-hour days. I was on my feet like I have worked from 6 to 10 at night usually. So 6 in the morning, all the way around 6 o'clock at night to 10 o'clock.
Holy
Um,
man.
yeah, like usually about like 12, 14 hours, 16-hour days could be.
I didn't realize that low. I
Yeah,
never
it was
realized it
insane.
was that long.
And it was like, after a while, my body just started to break down. But it was the funnest job I've ever had, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was fun. So,
That's
but it
when
was
I
too
did
bad.
nursing. I love nursing, but the lifting killed me. And then after I
Yeah.
had that first procedure done, I actually went back and I had to lift and I said right to him, I'm
Mhm.
like, I can't lift like that. And at that time
Nope.
I was like 120 pounds and
Yeah.
I'm lifting somebody 2 times my size. And I'm like, there's just no way. Like I just can't
No.
do this. I literally hurt myself again. And then it was like, okay, I gotta
Mm.
find something else to do. And then that's kind of like when I went back to school and I did it's like educational psychology and things like that.
Mhm.
I took a lot of different courses. I took a lot of
That's
different
cool.
different things. I like, you know, I'll tell you what, when I was in school, I hated school. But then when I got out of school,
It's
I was
always
like,
the way it is.
let me tell you what, I'm one of those people, like, because like even now you have to do training and there's different testing and stuff. And I'm one of those people, like, I better damn well get 100 on this test or I'm going to be pissed at myself, you know? And
Mhm.
years ago, I'd be like, I'm just going to cut school today because I don't want to take this test. Or my mom would help me study and I'd come home and she'd be like, how'd you do? And I'd be like, I got an 85. And she'd be like, you knew that stuff. And I'll be like, whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. It's like, I better damn well get 100 or we're going to have problems. I would have been a great student old.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. It's like, that's how it is though. Like when you're young, you know, because I think it's because, you know, you start school at so young and you have to go for so many years. So by the time you're in high school, you're just like, really? Do I have to keep doing this?
Yeah.
And then when you don't appreciate it, right? Then when you're, well, I mean, some people do, and that's great. I mean, I had friends who loved school and they really loved the whole, they wanted to go right into college and they did, and they wanted to go right into university and they did, and good for them. But I had no concept of what I wanted to do. I knew I wouldn't be able to pass those, the SAT tests. I was barely passing. I was barely going to make it out of high school. So I thought, you know, there's no way I'm going to get into college. I'll have to take all these courses to get in. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that. So it wasn't for me to go to college right after high school.
Yeah.
But a lot of my friends did go, you know, right straight in. They loved it. One went to be a teacher, and the other one, I forgot what she was doing. I can't think of it now. But I know one of them went to study to be a teacher. So I thought that was very cool, you know. But for me, I was like, no, I just was bored.
That's when I graduated. When I graduated, I didn't go to college either right away. I waited. I didn't go to college until I was 30. So
yeah, I didn't go to cooking school until I was 25. So
it was funny because I can remember being in class and there was people in there that was like just out of high school and they were younger than me. And they would be like, we're having a party here tonight, or we're having the party there, you know, or hey, everybody's invited. Are you coming? And I'm like, no, I gotta go home. I got 2 kids. You know,
no party.
And it was different, you know, because they're all like, party here, you know, party there, or we're doing this. And I'm like, I gotta go home. I got kids. I got a husband and kids. You know, but
that's funny.
You know, but like I said, I loved it. I love, you know, going to school. And then after that, like I said, after I got out of nursing, then I leaned in a different direction because I just couldn't lift like that. And then I did have several years that I was just like a stay-at-home mom and a stay-at-home gram. But advocacy work, I've done that forever. I mean, that's always been like my
30 years, coming up on 30 years on that.
Coming up on 30 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a great milestone. It really is.
Started in a school district. When I first started advocating, I was within a school district. And I loved it. And then like it just kept going on and on and on. But I don't know. It's something that I love. I'm just getting to the point now, like there's so much ugly in this world, and I'm just I'm kind of getting tired because it's not getting better. It's not going away. It's getting worse, you know. I'm just like, I don't know, you know. My heart breaks for all kids. Every day in the newspaper, you see somebody either molesting a kid, raping a kid, killing a kid, abusing a kid. And it's like, it's just not cool. Like, what the hell's wrong with these people? You know, like I read something about in Michigan the other day, a mother had 3 children and she come once a week or something and dropped off food. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, how do you just forget you have kids? But I don't know. I could never. I just could never. I have kids in my classroom I want to bring home. I'm like, the one little boy, he says, will you be my mom? And I'm like, oh, I can't be your mom. He's like, I don't have a mom. I'm like, I know, but I can't be your mom. My dad said you can be my mom. I'm like, well, I can't be your mom.
It's got to be heartbreaking, you know.
he's 5 years old, and he's like, I love you, Miss Donna. And I said, I love you too, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. And I always try to give him, like a little something when he leaves. But like my heart goes out to them kids. And as they're leaving, they're like, do you have anything for us today? And I'm like, yep, hold on. I went to the store before I came in today. And I give them like a little something to take home. But I don't know. I don't understand people. I look at them little kids and I think they're not really by blood my kids. But I'll tell you what, someone would attempt to be mean to them kids, I'd kick your ass for them kids, literally, you know? And I don't understand. I don't understand how even your own parent can just like throw a kid away. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, I don't think so. I'll never understand it. We'll never understand it. It's not something that's even understandable,
No.
And I know the laws and the court systems, like, I mean, we've watched so many trials and seen so many trials. Those judges and all that, I mean, they do care. And the law,
some of them do, but
they do.
Over the years,
they care.
But over the years, like the cases like with baby Alyssa, the woman was related to the judge and she served like 9 days in jail for killing that little girl, something to that effect. And I just think
that's just wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's not cool.
There's that going on, for sure.
But I'll tell you this, there is people that get harsher sentences for selling drugs than they do raping, abusing, and killing children.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Look at Connor. We fought all those years for Connor to get Connor's law passed. That man brutally killed that little boy, and he served 5.5 years. He's not even out of jail 2 months, and Connor's law put him back in jail because he abused yet another child.
I know, that's crazy.
And the bad part is I got a call from a newspaper one day, and they're like, what can you say about this case because he abused another child? And I said to that guy, I'm like, that's what happens when you make plea deals with child abusers, child killers. This is what happens, and it's going to continue to happen. And he said to me, he goes, I can so relate with that. He said, because this is in the news so much. And he goes, I have to report it, even when I don't want to. He's like, I have to report it. He goes, it's sad. It's heartbreaking, but you're right. He goes, these people, they get a slap on the wrist. And he goes, and then they're right back out to hurt, rape, and kill more children. He's like, it's not good. And I know right now, not right in my direct area, but outside our area, but close, I'm going to say within an hour and a half distance from where we live. There's a lot of cases going on right now, and it's people that have been sexually assaulting children, child pornography, that kind of thing. And these people, they're out on bail $10,000, and it's like, you only need a tenth, so they're out on bail on $1,000. Do you realize that they have just affected 10 kids, and you're giving them that little slap on the wrist and saying, come back? The one person they released, he didn't even have to have an ankle bracelet. They didn't even make him post bail. They just let him go. And I'm thinking, how do you justify that? And then I look at the judge and I think, are you out of your damn mind? Like you don't think that he's going to do it to yet another child while he's out, because he's going to do as much as he can before he goes to jail. But then he's not worried about time, because he's going to cry and say he had a rough childhood, or he's insane, or something's wrong with him, and you guys are going to release him right back in the streets to hurt and kill more kids and something's wrong.
Well, that's what's going on, for sure. But I mean, I'm talking about, like, I know there's good judges out there, and I know they're not all corrupt.
There is.
It's just,
we have some really good ones.
What are they going to do?
We have some really good judges in this county, I will say that, and they do take things seriously. But the county over from us, it's like a freaking joke. I mean, it's just like, oh, you killed somebody. Don't do that again. It's like, you guys are crazy.
Shouldn't be doing that.
I'm going to tell you what I said today. I actually said today before we get on here, I said, if I stole a lollipop from a store, I would get more time in jail for shoplifting than somebody that abused a kid or raped a kid or molested a kid or killed a kid. Yeah. I'm like, seriously. I know people, and I don't know them personally, but I know them just from knowing that they're from the surrounding area, that are in jail for drugs, for selling marijuana, which they're making legal, which is crazy that these people were in jail for 30 years for selling marijuana, especially when you're going to make it legal.
I know.
But it's
It's
like, okay,
crazy.
we got locked
It
up
is
for 30
crazy.
years for selling marijuana, but now we might make it legal, which
It's
whatever, I
nuts.
don't care what they do.
That's what they
But
did up here. You know, it's
yeah,
like,
but
okay.
it's like, so you give him this tough sentence, but this guy that just raped 10 kids, um, and he videotaped himself having sex with them, he gets a slap on the wrist and he's out of jail. You give him 10 years and he's out in 3.5 years. It's like, it's just not fair.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
just
always
not
been no, and that's why we spent so many years,
fighting.
being a voice and trying to fight against this, because it's like, and I mean, like you were saying, it's not like, yeah, I mean, you did it almost 30 years. Really, it was your whole, like, most of your life. Really, I mean, you're not that old. You know what I mean? You've spent a huge chunk of your life doing this, and all because you wanted to make a difference. It was never there was no money involved. It's not like you ever got paid any doing this at all. I never got paid for doing it. And I wouldn't have, it didn't matter to me. I'm like, it wasn't about money. For a lot of these people, it is. Like
Yeah.
these people that go out and they're a voice or whatever, they do it for the money. And we've never done anything for the money. And
No.
it's like,
See, a lot
we
of
just cared about these
people
children out here,
but a lot of people think like I get paid this insane amount of money to go around and do what we did.
Mhm.
And I can remember going back and forth to Michigan for different cases and things like that. I didn't get paid. Nobody has ever paid me to advocate for their kid. No one has ever
Mhm.
paid me to do a law. Um,
No.
we have AU4H, and we do a lot of work with children and animals and a bunch of other things, hard of hearing, the deaf, missing children. We've always done,
Mhm.
but we don't get paid through there either. It's just,
Right.
yes, we are the force behind it and we're the ones standing up for it. But I know somebody said to me the other day, I was in one of the stores and they asked me how it was going with the central registry. And she's like, well, I bet you got a big paycheck. And I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't do it
Mhm.
because I want a paycheck. I have a job. And I do
Mhm.
okay in my life. Um,
That's right.
but no, they don't pay me to try to create laws. I'm like, if they did, it would be different, but they don't. And I'm like, I don't understand why people think like I'm getting this big outsane amount of money for standing up for kids, because we really don't. And everyone on
Mhm.
our team is basically a volunteer. They all volunteer their time. Look at you over the years, how much time you donated to AU4H and all the different campaigns we
Mhm.
have, the other organizations that you and I both started at together.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah.
doing 12 and 16-hour days with that organization.
Oh yeah.
Um,
We put in a lot of years, a lot of time.
yes, a
Mhm.
lot of years and a lot of time. And,
Yeah.
but everybody's like, oh, you get paid, that's why you do it. And it's like, no, I don't. I'm
Mhm.
not getting one dime. And I spent 9 years fighting for that registry.
That's
Everything
right.
that for gas or staying overnight or food, I paid out of my own pocket because I
That's right.
wanted to protect kids. I always say yours, mine, and ours, because
Mhm.
somehow you are directly or indirectly around a child. It can be, you might not
That's right.
have children yourself, but you can have a sibling that does, or an aunt that does, or whatever.
That's right.
You're
Mhm.
somehow always going to be connected to a child. So my thing was yours, mine, and ours. And when I first said that, they're like, how can you say yours, mine, and ours? And they make these faces like, it's like, you can't.
It's
And I'm
like,
like,
well,
because I'm like, either you are directly or indirectly, you know what I mean? Like, somehow you were connected to a child. So I'm
mhm.
like, no, but my goal has always honestly been for the kids. I wanted
That's
to
right.
protect the kids. And
Mhm.
when I first got involved in it, it was more to the fact that my daughter went to school and I started working within the school district. And then I got pulled into different things at that time. And then I just instantly started advocating. And then it was probably that was April, and I think it was only a couple years later I got involved with the same organization you did when we first started. I don't like to say the names
Mhm.
because I
No,
don't like to
it
put it out there.
it
It's
doesn't
it's
it doesn't
private,
matter.
yeah. But and then we got together, and I want to say like it was only like a couple years later. Then I got on the bigger platform, and then we were really
Mhm.
going to town. Then
Oh, I know.
at that point, like, at that point, I was
That was great.
I was at home a lot because at that point, Roger had always worked, but he was working and I was more at home, and it gave me that freedom to do all the advocacy work we were doing. And he knew how important Connor's Law was to me. Connor's Law was like the biggest thing in the world to me, because it was like, we got to get this passed. We got to get this passed. We got to get this passed. And
that's right.
I can remember sitting down, and at that point I was writing for the Detroit Examiner and the Philadelphia Examiner. And I was constantly putting that little boy in the news because I wanted people to have a face to go with the name. Because a lot of times, it's just a lot of times when we do this, it's a name. And like, I remember different names of different kids that will stay with me forever. But I put like a face on him, and I wanted people to see his face, because I wanted them to know, look, 2 years old, and this military man that got dishonorably discharged, look what he did to this little boy. And but I wanted to put a face on him so that people could recognize him. And like, I had him in the news every other day that I did anything. And then I was always talking about him or sharing him with the different organizations I work within. I can remember traveling for different organizations and giving speeches and stuff. And I would go and I would talk about him. And it was just like, wow, like, I guess people don't realize the time and the energy that you put into that. But like, Lori, I can go back through and I can think of names from children that we helped, we assisted, we brought home from years ago. I mean, 20 years ago, I can remember these names. And it's weird because little Anson Stover, he was the one that passed away that was so close, like within a distance to my house, like within 40 minutes. And it was like all these people in my community, they were running around and they were like, oh, wow, this is a shame that this happened. And I'm like, this happens every day. Oh my God. And I'm like, it's just because it's a small community that this happened, but it happens every no, it doesn't. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I just spent the last how many years, telling people about it and fighting for the laws. You tell me it only happens once in a while. It's like, whatever. But yeah, even the newspaper, the bad part is, and I said this clear back when it happened, the kids in the newspaper, because like he had experienced horrible abuse, and he was tortured and he died. He died alone in a bathtub. And it's heartbreaking. But you put it in a newspaper, and then a week later you do a follow-up story, and then you just totally forget that this kid ever lived. And to me,
they're just gone.
I don't. Like, these little kids, they stay with me. I don't know, like, they stay with me. And I just, like, I remember, look at all the prayers we did and all the different things that we did for him to keep his memory. And it comes up in our stuff all the time. And I want it to be out there. I've told Lexi, I've told Logan, I've told Ashley 100 times on A4H's team. I'm like, I want this stuff out there. I want people to know that this little boy existed. And a lot of times we'll share stuff about kids that we worked with that give their permission, that we can share their stuff. Or just like him, he's no longer here, but I want him to have a voice. A lot of people, they get upset. They're like, why are you sharing that about that kid? That makes me feel bad. And I'm like, oh, so he didn't feel bad when he was getting tortured for the last year?
Right.
And it's like, people, they don't see that. And to me, it's like, my heart really goes out to these kids. I don't know. I have a heart for animals, and I have a heart for children, and they're my weakness. I mean, they really are. Up at work when, and we're not really supposed to, but we'll have these like stray cats. I'm feeding the stray cats. I mean, there was a little black cat. He was this big and this tall. He was a baby, and he was outside. And I went and I got him a drink and everything. And I was looking around to get something for this little kitten to eat, And there was a church lady there, and she's like, is this your cat? And I go, no. I said, I found him this morning when, I pulled in the parking lot. And I'm like, he doesn't belong to anybody because there was nobody around. And I'm like, she's like, oh, I don't know. She goes, I love him. I think he's so cute. So I took and I put him in a little blanket. I wrapped him up, and she had like this little knapsack, and I put him down inside the knapsack. And I said, don't you think he would make a great addition to your house? And she's like, I'm taking him home. And I said, awesome. When I got inside, the one lady said to me, She goes, so now you're wheeling and dealing cats? And I'm like, that little cat would have got hit by a car at some point today because of all the parents driving their kids and dropping them off, or even the bus
Yeah.
dropping kids off. I'm like, that little cat wouldn't have stood a chance. He would have got killed. And I'm like, look, now he's went
Mhm.
home with the church lady, and now he's all happy.
That's it.
And I said to her the one day, I'm like, would you just send me a picture so I know that he's okay? And she sends me pictures all the time, and this little kitten's okay. But people throw they just throw animals away, or they'll say, oh, I hate cats. And it's like, how can you look at a cat and just hate them because you hate them? Like, I can't do that. Or dogs.
No.
Our local SPCA, God bless those people. I will say that, because they do so much for animals here. And the bad part is people will literally go outside there, take a leash and tie their dog to the fence and leave. Like, they don't take him inside. They don't say this dog's no longer fitting, or they take and put the dog on a leash and tie him outside to the fence. And the dog stands there until somebody shows up for work. I don't know how you do that, because my dogs, they're my family. There was a little there's a little meme on Facebook, and I don't get on there very much. You know my limitations with social media. Anyway, I'll say it like that. That's nice. But there was this little meme, about like animals, and it had a picture of a dog laying in a bed all spread out, and the owner's way over on the corner of the bed. I commented on there, and I'm like, it was so funny. I commented, and I'm like, my dogs and cat have their own beds, their own little chairs. We actually bought a recliner for our one dog to go with our living room, just so he had his own chair, because he's so you know how big he is, so he has to have his own. And then the little queen, she had to have hers. And then my cat, he has like a little mini recliner, like a kid would be on. And everybody's like, you literally have, and I'm like, oh, you got to go upstairs. You got to see their beds. They each have a bed in our bedroom.
That's so cute.
But I just can't be mean to animals. I can't be mean to kids.
No, well, that's the thing. I think there's two types of people. There really is. There's only two kinds. There's people that care about human beings and care about animals. People care about life, and there's people that don't. That's your two kinds of people.
Yeah, they don't. People that don't.
They'll kill somebody. They don't care. They'll kill children. They'll abuse children, and it just doesn't bother them at all. They don't care. They don't care about killing animals or hurting animals. They just have no value of life. They don't value anybody else's life. I don't know how people could be like that. And how they can do these things. No, it doesn't equate in my mind how somebody can do these things. I don't get it. No. But there are so many people out there that are like that, and they have no problem doing that. It's like no sweat, I
know over the years, Roger, he would always say to me, I was watching the news today and this happened, and he's like, what the hell's wrong with people? And I'm like, I don't know, and I'm like, I'll never be able to figure it out as long as I live. I'm like, I don't think any of us will. I don't think any of us really knew what makes people tick, that makes people the way that they are. And like you said, there's either people that you love animals and children, or you don't. But I've seen people like dump dogs. We recently had a dog that was dumped in our area. The dog was almost 19 years old, and the same family had the dog all those years. Well, the dog was too old now, so they got a puppy and got rid of the old dog. And I'm thinking,
get rid of the dog?
Never do that. Like, that dog would be. We had a golden retriever, and she was 16 years old. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we had this golden retriever. She was 16 years old, and she had a stroke, and she couldn't walk. Like, she couldn't. Roger and I took her to the vet, and this is years back. My kids were little, and we took her to the vet and everything. And the vet's like, we can do this, this, and this, but she had a stroke, and she's never going to. So we had to have her put down. Oh my God, Lori, that killed me. Like, literally killed me. And I was like, I don't know how people just throw animals away. And then we had another dog. She was I called her a rotten beagle, because her mother was a beagle and her dad was a Rottweiler. And our friends, Sue and Chark, they had this fenced in yard. Well, the neighbor's Rottweiler got out and went in and got their little beagle. And when this had one puppy. So
Yeah.
we were at a baseball game and my daughter spied this puppy. And at that time, my husband, he's like, we used to be best friends. And Chark's like, used to be? And he's like, yeah, because now we're taking this damn puppy home. We love the puppy. We loved it. Everybody just loved the puppy. He loved the puppy. And it was so funny. And she was 14 years old and she had a heart attack. She just died just like that. And that was our oldest grandson. He was here. We were helping my daughter watch him while she worked. And it was like devastating, and we're all flipping out, and we didn't want him to know anything had happened to the dog. And it was crazy because we went through all this stuff.
Traumatizing.
So he didn't feel sad. But to me, it was like, that was part of my family, and
they are.
Yeah. And we do have, where my parents still live, we have like, my grandmother's house was right next door. So all of our animals, when they passed away, we buried them at my grand's because we go there and spend so much time there. So, they're all buried out there. So I'm like, I always say they're at my grams because, they're there, but it's heartbreaking. Like, I don't know. Them dogs are my family. And to know that somebody just put a dog out that was 18, 19 years old to get a new puppy. How do you do that? How do you live with yourself? And I don't know. I'm just not that person.
No, I just think that's what I mean. What's going on in people's minds. I mean, I hate to judge people, you know what I mean? But the thing is kind of like, because I mean, people are people and they do what they do, and people are always going to judge everybody anyway. But
yeah,
I don't understand the mentality. I really don't. Like,
no, that's
a life, and life is precious, and it doesn't matter what kind of life it is, whether it's an animal, or some sort of a fish, or honestly, I mean, all life is life, and I think it's really important to respect life and to respect all life. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
people would say, well, the plants are alive. Well, yeah, they are. That's why we should have some respect for them. Like, there's either people that either respect life or they don't. And I think that's the drawing line, because it's kind of like there's people that just have no problem with killing anything, people, animals, whatever it is. They don't care. They'll just kill because they think that's what they should be allowed to do. You know what I mean? And there's other people like us, running around like, no, we should protect children, and we should, to me, that seems like the right thing to do. And it's kind of like, why the court systems and why the laws don't reflect what the right thing to do is ridiculous. Because honestly, okay, you can take somebody who's stolen a car, maybe a repeat offender, some young punky person who just likes the thrill of ripping off and ends up stealing cars and stuff like this. And they'll get 20, 30 years in prison, but they'll let some child rapist murderer off, with a time served, and maybe a little bit of community service. And it's just ridiculous. And it's kind of like, but the problem being is it's state to state, depends on what state that these crimes happen in. And that should have never been allowed, not ever. And people would say, well, it's kind of like a communistic view of things if you want everybody to be the same. But it's like the laws in the states really should be the same and they should be a lot tougher.
Yeah.
The person who's stealing cars, okay, they shouldn't be doing that. And I mean, Grand Theft Auto, whatever, there should be penalties for that. But killing a human being, taking a human life, whether it's a baby, it doesn't matter, child or an adult, or to me, bring it on, even an animal, on purpose, taking a life on purpose. We're not talking about accidental stuff here. We're talking about murder. We're talking about intentional murder.
Yeah.
To me, it's just automatic why they would not get life for life. That's how I feel about it.
Yep.
And it's like, you're going to kill somebody on purpose. I'm not talking accident, because accidents do happen.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly enough, bad things happen and people get killed accidentally, and it was not on purpose. It's a sad, tragic thing. They get more time than the murderers get.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
They do,
People
yeah.
yeah, like drunk driving and all this, they get way more time than somebody who just goes out and literally premeditated
Yep.
murders a child.
Yep.
They walk away with like an 8-year sentence or something like
Yep.
that.
Well,
It's
that
really,
was like Ron Saunders. He only served 5.5 years for brutally torturing and killing a little boy,
yeah,
and
that's sick.
they
That's
thought
sick.
that was fair. And I'm like, are you
Mhm.
serious right now? Like you say this is fair? And then, like I said,
Yeah,
he's out of jail less than 2 months, and he abuses yet another child. And Connor's law put him back in jail, and it's like, I just I don't get it. I don't get people.
it's just
I said a few months ago to somebody that I've outgrown this world, and I think I have. And it's just the fact that nothing's the same. Nothing seems to be done right. Everything is always seems like it's half-assed. Like,
mhm.
just like you said, somebody does something and it's like, oh well, no big deal. But if I stole a Tootsie Roll, baby, I'm going to get the full penalty that they could give. And I always say they would make like an example out of me. Like,
Yeah.
serious. This lady stole this Tootsie Roll, but the
Mhm.
person that's doing all this damage or hurting people, killing people, they just seem like, we're going to give you a smack on the wrist and you'll do it again. And I don't get it. I just don't.
It's heartbreaking is what it is. It's
Mm-hmm.
heartbreaking. That's the thing, and I think that was my point. Was I think that there's people out there that do care, but they know for a fact that this is going to go on and on and on.
Oh yeah.
It's not going to stop.
Well,
And I think
that was kind of like I said to you though the other day. Like, April, I'm coming up on my 30th year, and I'm like, I want to step
Mhm.
back a little bit because I don't want to be petitioning for laws and stuff like that. Like, I've worked on 3 laws. This will be the last one. I'm
Mhm.
praying that this gets passed. I think Aaron's got it. I mean, he's going to kick ass on it. He was like,
Yeah,
so,
that's awesome.
like he wasn't going to take no for an answer. I'll say it like that. Like, I think he's
Mhm.
got this, it'll go through because I don't know, like,
Oh yeah, he's going
his
for it, man.
determination,
Absolutely,
like, the man has determination. Like, he's not
absolutely.
gonna give up
That's
anytime
wonderful.
so. But I don't have another 9 years to work on a law. I don't want to spend 9
Mhm.
years working on a law. I think that, like, I don't know. I just got to the point where I love kids, I love animals, I love to help, but now I want to do fun things, and I want to do
Mhm.
things that are different. And I'm writing that first true crime book. We're working on projects together, you and I. And I want to
Yeah,
do some different things now. And
yeah, me too.
everybody's looking at me, and different people like we've worked with, and they're like, well, you can't change, you can't quit. And I'm like, I'll always be a voice, but I don't have that kind
That's
of
right.
time to dedicate anymore. Like, there, you know,
No, and just
I
to be honest,
don't.
like a person, you gave and gave and gave to that, and so did I. And I think sometimes, and at some point, that you have to be willing to say, I mean, hey, maybe somebody else is different. They want to stay in it till the day they die. No, that's fine. But for me, I realized a few years ago that I was done
Yeah.
because I had said this. I had talked and talked and talked, and we had talked and talked and talked, right?
Mhm.
Like as a group, as a group of advocates, we talked and talked and talked. I mean, we were everywhere, talking everywhere. And then I did my own talking and talking and talking about
Mhm.
all of this stuff. One day I was like, I think I've said everything I wanted to say.
Yeah.
It
It
just
gets to
occurred to
the
me.
point.
I'm like, I said a
Yeah.
lot, and it's there if anybody wants to see it.
But you get to a point like, I've said everything I got to say. How many times do I have to say it? That was even like the
Yeah.
central registry. And a lot of people don't want to call it the central registry. It's a public database now. And it's like,
Mhm.
okay, well, I hate to tell you, but it's really the central registry. But you
Yeah.
can call it whatever you want. But
Right.
it's weird because it's like, that this is a good tool, and this is a good thing to protect children. Just like Aaron said, he couldn't believe that it already wasn't a law because,
I know.
why wouldn't you
It's
have
true.
something? protect kids.
There's no reason why it shouldn't already be one. Yeah.
No, but I don't know. Like, I look at it like, yes, I want this to be passed. I worked my ass off on this. I mean, I really did. And
yeah, you did.
it's like, I want it to be passed and I want to protect kids, but I also have 5 grandkids and I want to go to their stuff now. And I want to see them do whatever they choose to do in life. I want to be a part of that. I don't want to miss everything they do. And like I said, it's not that I'm going to be like, oh, I'm never going to say nothing again. Yes, I am. But I don't want to take the next 9 years traveling the Pennsylvania or the United States trying to get laws passed. I want to spend what time I have with my grandchildren, because you don't know how long you're here. Like, none of us know how much longer we have. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to see them do whatever they choose to do. I don't want to miss it. And I know, just like I said, even on AU4H team, I've had a lot of people say, you can't go, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I'm like, technically, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to be the person that's going to be working 10, 12-hour days anymore. And I'm not the one that's going to be every second of the day making phone calls, emailing people. That was a lot of work. And I started documenting that, I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago, because the first 4 years was kind of like getting everything in order, because I had worked on laws with other people in other states. I had never really done it here and by myself. So I thought, I want Pennsylvania to be great. I want to do something in my home state. I just want something great for the children of Pennsylvania, to protect them. And that was where I got the idea. And it actually filtered off of Connor's law, because Ron reoffended, and it was like, wow, if she would have known that he abused, she would have never gotten involved with him. So it kind of come off of that. But I wanted to have something for our state, Pennsylvania's going to be the first to kick ass. They're going to have the first child abuse registry, and but then it's 9.
Oh, you worked really hard on that.
9 years to find Aaron to like have him come in, and then he's like, "This is awesome," but we documented, we did all this different stuff, because there's so many different people that's like, it's not important. No, all those times that I went to a meeting, I want you to know how I felt going in. All those times I come out of a meeting and had someone tell me no, that it wasn't important, or I got an email from Josh Shapiro I'm going to say 6 months ago now. I'll just estimate 6 months ago. And basically it was like, I can always go to him with ideas if I have any, but it wasn't something that he was really into. And I'm thinking, all right, so you're not really into this. Why not? You tell me why the children of Pennsylvania don't deserve to be protected. And I had somebody that was at my office building one day, and they were like, that's not true. He would have never said that. I'm like, look, I got the email, I printed it out, and I have screenshots. I said, so what one do you prefer? Because I'll send it to you right now. And he's like, he would never. I'm like, okay, well, then I'm just going to post it on social media. So I said to Lexi one day, I'm like, just post it on social media and show these people that I'm not bullshitting them. This is what your lawmakers that you're voting into office think about your children, the children of Pennsylvania. This is what they think of them. People could see it with their own eyes, but they didn't want to believe it. Like, they didn't want to believe that this was, even though it's had his name on it, the big seal and everything.
It doesn't even matter if it's a case, right? Yeah.
And I'm laughing because I'm like, it literally has his name on there. And he says, like, I can always go to him, and I'd have to read it, but basically I could always go to him. But it just wasn't that. Like you wanted to do. And I'm thinking, you're supposed to be the person like helping protect our children, and our children don't mean anything to you. And I'm like, okay. And then I see all these people fighting, fighting. I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. I was called a Denise Maris. Denise Maris was someone that I had talked to, and she was a Democrat. And she was like, if I get elected, because she was running against Stephanie Borowitz, she's like, I will most definitely, she said, take this, because this is awesome. And I'm like, okay, great. And I was called a baby killer by Republicans. I am a Republican, but I was called a baby killer. And I'm like,
terrible.
If baby did I kill? What
They
babies do I
don't
kill?
even know what they're talking about. They're
Like,
just jerks.
I said right out, I'm like, I don't believe in abortion unless it is rape or incest, something like that. I'm like, so you're way off base with that. And then turn around, and then the Democrats, they had some nice choice words for me behind my back. And I'm like, okay.
Jerks, man.
So it's like, don't you realize that it's going to take both parties to get it passed? But don't you also realize that Democrats have children and Republicans have children? So it's to protect all children. It's not just one, it's all. Like, I'm not just going to say, oh, this bill is just for Republican people or this is just for Democrats. No, I'm not going to do that. But they made it that way. And so when I did that registry, it was the document, but I wanted people to know that this is what I was up against. How would you like to be walking in somewhere and have people yelling because you're meeting with a Democrat calling you a baby killer? Like, it's just not cool, And then I'm like, okay.
And then not correct, right?
No. And then it was, then, like I said, then there was Democrats that I knew, I worked with them. I was friends with them over the years, and they're calling me names. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm like, are you
That's
serious
awful.
right now? Like, are you serious? But I wanted people to know, like, this is how I really felt. These are the people that you're looking up to, and you're like, you'll do anything. And you guys are literally online fighting over these people on who's better. And these people won't give your kids the time of day to protect them, but you're fighting for them. Like, you're literally fighting and calling people names, ending friendships for what? Like, are you crazy? And
being stupid.
But I wanted people to see, and I remember I had the meeting with Stephanie Borowitz, and the first time she shot me down. And then the second time when I went to her, she suggested that we talk to Chris Dush. And I was like, okay, cool, we can do that. And she's like, I knew what you wanted to do, but I didn't know your whole proposal. But, and I'm like, look, I said, I'm not expecting the first person to read it to be like, oh, this is the best thing ever, and we need to do this immediately. I know it's not going to go down the way I currently have it written, because you have to put things in there you don't want, because no bill's ever perfect. I think he even said that day we talked with him.
That's right.
But I wanted people to see, like, this is the hard work that goes into it. And these are the people that represent you, but they're not really representing you and your children, because they're in office. They don't give a shit. They don't want to make this. And I got ragged because I'm saying this stuff about people. And then I had people over on the other side being like, hell yeah, tell them the way it is. They're no good. And I'm thinking, 5 minutes ago, you called me a baby killer. So it was just,
like God.
It was crazy. It was crazy. But I wanted to document it because I wanted people to see how I really felt, like, going in and coming out, or, you get out of the car and you have people, there were signs protesting, like, and it's like, oh my God, but I wanted people to be involved in that. But I'll be honest, Lori, I don't think I have another 9 years to work on another law. Like, I don't. I want to spend time with my grandchildren. I want to go to I don't care if they play sports. I don't care if they dance. I don't give a shit what they do. Whatever they do, I want to be sitting in that front row.
Supportive, yeah.
I mean, I think that I have given enough time, and I did say to Lee the one day, I said, April 8th is my 30th year, and I'm officially resigning. And she's like, you can't resign. And I'm like, I'm just going to step back. I don't need to be on the forefront doing all this stuff anymore. Yes, I will do a petition. I will sign a petition. I'll even help you write a petition. But I'm just not going to be the person driving all over hell and back to try to get the law passed. I don't have time anymore. I've been yawning the whole night.
I yawned a couple of times. I'm like, I don't know where that came from.
Well, I put my hand up to my mouth like this when I yawn, and then the one time I'm like,
seriously, that's terrible. But I think you're allowed, because you'll never get that time back. Like what you were saying, you want to be there for your grandkids and everything. Like this, like you did your fair share. Oh, you did way more than your fair share. When I say 30 years of advocacy work, because I've only done 2008. 17 years. You've done
that's a long
30.
time too.
I mean, 17 years is a long time, but it's not as long as 30. You really did a great job. And I
I,
mean,
s-
seriously,
I started within the school system. That was
you
how I
can't say
started.
yes.
I
Like,
worked in a school as a teacher's aide. Yeah, I worked in school. I started out as a teacher's aide in the school, and then I kind of like built up as I went, and then I was like, okay, I started advocating, and then I was like, oh, I want to do more. I want to help people. So then I went to nursing school, but I still
yeah,
I still
very
advocated and
cool.
I still did so many different things. And at that point, I was working a lot with the elderly too, because it
Mhm,
was like, they needed things and help, and it was like, okay, cool, because this fit right with my job. But then
mhm.
it got to a certain point, and then I went to the same organization you did. I was there for 11, almost 12 years before I left there. And then I left
Mhm.
there, and we come in and did AU4H, and AU4H is on its 11th year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It'll be its 12th year in June. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember working on the logo for that. That's a long time ago, man.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I said. I'm like, just between two organizations, I have 22 years right there.
Oh yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
It's
Like I
crazy.
said, I will help, but I'm just not going to be that person out doing what I did.
I think you've done your share. And I mean, if you wanted to, that's fine. Nothing wrong with it. If you don't want to, that's fine. Nothing wrong with
Now,
it. Either way you go,
I want to do
you're always going
radio.
to be a voice. You're always
Yeah,
going to
I'll
be a
always
voice.
be a voice. I'll always be a
And
voice, but
me too.
I want to do radio. Like we're doing these chats for our new podcast, and I love it. And I want to be able to do things like this, more things like
It's fun.
this. But
Yeah.
I'm working on my true crime book, and I'm so excited for that to come out next year or
Yeah.
be early
Yeah.
next year. Um,
Yeah.
but also the stuff we're working on together,
Hmm.
and that little business opportunity we have, and like there's things I want to do now. And
Yeah.
I know Lee, like Lee's really into the working with the animals at the shelter, and
Hmm.
our new division at AU4H, the Pennsylvania Animal Abuse Registry, that's independent.
Great.
We started that through AU4H, and she's really excited about heading that up. I'm excited too. I
Hmm.
don't want to animal abuse, but I want to take time for my family now. My family is everything to
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah. And I think, a person has to make that. It's a very personal decision when an
yeah.
advocate decides that
But
they're done.
Lori, you
You
kind
know
of
what I mean?
get burned out. And I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest with you. You get burnt out. I've seen so much ugly.
Mhm.
Lord, I'm tired of ugly. I mean, I've
That's
seen
it.
ugly people. I've seen ugly
Mhm.
acts. I'm just so I'm just tired. Like just so tired of it. And I don't know,
Yeah.
like I've seen so many people hurt. I've seen so many children die. I've had so many parents tell me the stories of losing their childs, or um
Yeah.
like their child's abuse story, or their survivor story, I
Mhm.
always say. But
Yeah.
it's just I don't know, like it's so ugly, but it stays up here, and it's like
Mhm.
I don't want to remember all that. I don't want to remember all those
Yeah.
details. I want to be happy, and I don't know. I just
Well, that's it. I think,
I want to do what I want to do now, and I think it's
yeah.
time. Like I said,
I mean,
I'm gonna make it to my 30th year, because that was a promise I made myself a long time ago. April 8th,
that's cool.
that'll be officially 30 years, and I'm excited because it's like, wow, that's a milestone. But it's also like, okay, I'm coming into my little freedom period where now it's like what I want to do.
That's right. Nothing wrong with that. Like, that's the
So
thing. It's kind of like, so it's a very personal thing. It's a very personal decision everybody has to make. Like, I mean, in anything you're doing, it doesn't matter what you're doing, what kind
yeah,
of job you're doing.
and you
But
do,
advocates don't usually last 20 years. I mean, for an advocate to go more than 20 years is a big deal, because most don't, because it is a burnout situation where you're
yeah.
dealing with stuff that is not pleasant, not fun.
I
And the only reason you're doing it is because you care,
yeah.
but it'll eat you up, you know?
I was talking with an advocate at a local domestic violence shelter, and she said to me, she's like, I don't know how you've done it that long. She said, I've been here 8 years. And she said, this shit that gets inside my head, she goes, just doesn't want to come out. And she's like, I
Mhm.
keep it all bottled up there. And I said, well, add 20 more years on top of that and see how you feel. I said, One thing I learned is you have to take more time for yourself. And when we were with Dreamcatchers, and even when with A4H, we took no time for ourselves. I mean, it was just constantly
Yeah.
go, 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 go. And
Yeah,
I
we
said,
had to go. We had to.
yeah, I'm like,
Mhm.
I did my part, and now I'm just ready. I'm ready to do things with my family. I want to travel. I want to write. I want to do the podcasting. And I do hope people check out our podcast because I think it's pretty cool.
I think it is. I'm hoping that people will like it. You know, it takes time to build a podcast,
You know,
and
my favorite part,
we are who we are. You know.
my favorite part about this whole thing is, first, it's unscripted. Second of all, we're talking about kicking people's asses over here on one hand. And then on the other hand, we're over here talking about, child advocacy. So I like it. You can say whatever you want but think back when we did radio in the very beginning, broadcasting in the very beginning, we had papers, and you have to say something very similar to what's on this paper because that was what they wanted, and we did do that for a very long time. I can remember
a lot of it was scripted. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, a lot of it I would have to remember because I couldn't see the damn paper. So I would have to remember everything that was on there.
Memorize it.
I couldn't see
It's
it.
like, oh no, what are we talking about right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember
Yeah,
one
it's
time
hard to do that.
there was one part that I had to say, and I couldn't remember what it was. And I'll never forget. I took my glasses out, and I'm like, and all of a sudden, it's like I get this private message, and you can't do that. And I'm like, I can't see the damn paper. I'm like, I have to do that.
You have to do it.
Like, I can't see it.
It's hard doing scripted stuff. No, I don't like.
Yeah.
I much prefer. I think people prefer off the cuff because really it should be it should be coming from you. I'm not interested in listening to somebody who's playing a part of somebody else, like trying to be somebody else. I'm really interested in listening to real people who are talking about real things. I don't want to hear somebody, who's just acting like they're somebody else, doing a script type thing. There's better actors out there than that kind of crap. I can't be bothered with it.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy listening to some people, who are kind of like-minded, who are interesting, and I just like them for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we do find some people that like us. We'll probably get some haters too, but as we were talking about earlier, we've had plenty of haters before, and we don't care.
Yeah. You and I both have had haters.
It doesn't
You've
bother
had
either one.
haters. I've had haters. Poor Lee's had haters.
Oh, I know. It's serious.
It doesn't matter. And the bad part is they Lee had a hater, and she hated all of us. And then I had a hater, and they hated all of us. Then you had a hater, and they hated all of us. And it was kind of like a package deal because they were hating one of us, they hated all of us. I'm like, whatever.
It's really stupid. Like when you think of it, how stupid that is.
It's like, hate away.
You hate one, you hate them all, sort of thing. It's just dumb, All we've ever tried to do was make a difference.
Yeah.
That's all we ever tried to do was make a difference. And all of us have our own stories. All of us came into this and like this group of advocates, and we were like, we can make a difference, It doesn't take money. It just takes a voice, and you have to care. And we said, that's what we have. We have a voice and we care, and we can make a difference. And we did make a difference.
We did.
And we kicked some ass.
Yes, we did.
I mean, at the end of the road, I'm very, very pleased to have been a part of that. And it's
me too.
I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change it for one thing, because those little children, their lives are important to me. Yeah. And I know they're important. They were important to us. And we care about children, and we just don't care about people who don't care. We don't care that people don't like what we're doing. You know what I mean? So we were always like, we're going to say what we're going to say, and we're going to just say it, and we don't care if you like it or not. Because there's children dying needlessly out there, and we care about them. So, I wish more people cared about children. I really do.
Me too.
Me too. We did our job. Like I was saying, a couple of years ago, you know, I mean, we had talked about this too. It was kind of like sort of off and on. We'd mentioned in a few years, we were like, in a few years, I'm probably going to be done. And
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, I think pretty much I was done,
Mm-hmm.
and I realized it because I was like, I really have said all I really wanted to say. It's all out
Yeah.
there. It's on video. It's
See,
on audio. You listen to it. I
I
wrote books. Like
but I said that
I'm
to
done.
Lee. It was about 2 years ago. I'm never going to make it to 30 years. And she goes, oh, yes, you will. And I said, no, no, I won't. And she goes, yeah, you will. And I said, no, no. And she's like, you know damn well you are not going to stop until you get that registry passed. And I'm like, once we get into the hands of somebody, and like I said, there's no one like Aaron because he's going to kick ass. I just know
Yeah.
he is. But I said, there's no one that cares like, and I'm not saying no one cares like we care, but very few care the way we do. And I just said to her, I'm like,
Yeah.
once that's done, I'm done. That's you and I are having a retirement party on here August or April 8th because I'm like, I'm going to be officially done. Like I said, I'll always be a voice, and I will still be involved in things. But Lori, I don't want to travel anymore. I don't want to be writing. When I did the first proposal, when we were working on a law, and this was going back years, I wrote it like in a whole weekend, and then turn around. And when I did this one for the registry, Lori, I spent months writing that, and I was researching and finding all the statistics. And I mean, I literally spent months writing up this proposed bill.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
And it was like, okay, and I'm not saying it wasn't a great thing. There's people in my community that haven't given 5 minutes to worrying about or protecting a child, and I'm like, the older I get, it seems like it gets harder for me. And I think the reason it gets harder for me is my vision. My vision is shit. I mean, I'm legally blind in my left eye. If I didn't have this contact in my right eye, I wouldn't be able to see really anything because my right eye is bad as well. And even like if I read anything, I need cheaters because so for me, it's like I can't spend hours doing this anymore because it's too hard for me. But also, mentally, I just can't keep hearing the stories, or I can't, like, it's just, I've had people share so many of their stories with me. I can't do that anymore. Like, it just.
No, that's it. Yeah. That's what I mean. You come to a point where you know that you're done. And I think everybody's different. Like some people, I mean, who's to say whether a person's right or wrong? It's your choice. You have to make the right decision for yourself. It's kind of like me being done. I mean, like I said, we always said we'll always be a voice for the children. I'm never going to not care about the children or, what's going on with children, and abuse and trying to stop child abuse. It's never going to be that I just don't care about it anymore. But the issue is I'm put enough time into it, and I really would prefer to kind of move on from it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll take it over.
Yeah, I want to write. Lee's going to continue on at full force. She's going to, for now, head up the animal abuse registry. It's an independent registry. It's not through the state, but she's going to kind of, she's going to kind of work on that. She really wants to do it. She's excited, and I'm happy that she's excited because she's done animal rescue for a long time.
Yes,
and then she volunteers at that shelter, so she's really into it. Our local shelter is too far away from us. It would take me an hour to get there just to go volunteer a few hours to go back. So it's like, but they have a great team. I mean, they really do. They have a great team. Plus, it would interfere with my work hours because of my kids. So that wouldn't work out for me. But
you don't really have the time though.
I just said, I'm like, no. And this true crime book I'm working on, I'm so excited about it. You've read most of it.
Yeah. It's really good.
I'm really excited.
I can see why you're excited to get it
out. I'll tell you, I've been grabbing every bit of information I can. I've been highlighting papers to double check facts, and like it's crazy everything that you have to go through. But at the end of the day, it's so exciting in the same sense because it's like like I don't know. I don't want to say exactly, but I have a way that I'm going to end it differently than I've never heard anybody end it this way before. So I'm going to do it that way because I'm thinking it'll
Yeah.
pick up in the next book. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited about that. I'm excited about the projects we're working on. I'm excited
Mm-hmm.
about art. I love doing art. I'm not a great painter, but I love to paint. And there's just certain things like I really want to do now in my downtime. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to work.
I
I'm going
don't
to
know. I
continue to
think
work.
your paintings are really cool, actually.
Oh, thank you.
I think they are. I think you're really a lot better than you think you are. I really do. I've tried to paint, and my paintings end up looking more like stick people, but yours actually looks like something. I mean, you can literally tell what it is.
Uh,
You're a good painter, I
sometimes,
think.
sometimes I can paint like I painted this old barn and it had the American flag on it. Now that turned out really super good. But then I did something else and it was kind of supposed to be like a bird house. Well, let's just say if this bird lives in this house, he ain't living there very long. Not very
Well,
good.
I mean, it's just
But
you find things that you can do, and then you
yeah.
find things that are
But
whatever.
but like
But
I
I think your
enjoy.
stuff is really beautiful.
Thank you. And I enjoy doing that. And a couple years ago, after my shoulder surgery and that, I lost feeling in my fingers and I started doing
Oh,
jewelry. So I want to work on my jewelry and I just got a whole new supply of that.
oh,
So I'll
cool.
be sending you
That's
some
awesome. Yeah,
things.
you're good at that too. You're very
And
good at that. I'm wearing some of your jewelry here tonight that you made for me.
so,
I love my jewelry.
yeah.
So pretty.
Oh, you got that one. That little spiral, that's my special.
See?
I
Oh,
love
you
it.
can
It's
see it.
oh, you can
Isn't that
see it.
pretty? Yeah, it's so nice. Then I'm wearing
Okay.
my beautiful bracelet. My
Oh,
beautiful, lovely bracelet you made me. Yeah. I got all my
that's
special stuff on.
you got all your special stuff. But
Oh, you're always making me so many beautiful things. And it's like,
I
you
love to
really,
do that. You'll be getting some rings
oh, you're
because I just
creative.
got
You're creative.
more jewelry. I just got more ring stuff, so I'll be making you another ring.
Good. Yeah, I got this little sissy boo.
You got my sissy boo. Yep. But
That ring there.
yeah, I just
Too
got
cool.
more stuff. Oh,
I love these rings. These are so cool. Yeah, I love
yeah,
it.
but
You're very creative. Very, very creative.
I just got a big like supply kit of stuff, and I want to do
Nice.
stuff like that. I want to have fun now. Like I said, I got to make it till April. This is already mid-February, so about 6 more
We're almost
weeks.
to March now. So
So,
April the 30th, right?
April 8th. We're having a
Oh,
party
April
on
8th.
here April 8th.
April 8th. So yeah, you're looking at
About 6 weeks.
7 for 15, 31, 46 days, something like
I can do that. About 6 weeks.
that.
Hey, we're
Not
having a
bad.
pizza party that night on here. We're having a pizza party.
Nice. Okay, cool.
We'll get pizza.
Right on. There's a pizza place really close to me, and it's called Michael's Pizza. Well, actually, they call it Mike's, but it's one of the oldest pizza places in Calgary. It's been around for a long, long time. And they make their own homemade crusts, and it's so good. It's top of the line pizza. Maybe I'll go get some of that.
Yeah. There's a girl.
I don't need that. It's supposed to be losing weight.
There's a girl, Kim. She's friends with one of my coworkers, and she comes in and visits and everything. And she said something about they make pizza at this place she works on weekends. And I said,
Oh yeah.
"Oh yeah," and she's like, "Oh yeah, like we have to make our own dough." And I'm like, April 8th, I'm ordering pizza. And she's like, well, depending on the day of the week, she goes, it's buy one, get one free. And I'm like, I'll get 2 pizzas.
That's
I'll be
awesome.
for 2 weeks, but I said, we're going to have a pizza party. And she goes, for what? I said, because I'm celebrating. And she's like, you're not retiring from the kids, are you? And I'm like, no, I'm not going anywhere from the kids. I said, it's going to be me.
That's cool. That's
So, but
cool. Yeah.
so you and I have so many plans. Lee and I have plans. Maureen, she says
Yeah.
to me today, she's like, I got some plans. And I'm like, holy man, like we all have so many plans. And it's great to have.
We're all working on something. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing, right? We are. And I think a lot of people just think that's weird. I know I talk to people in my local life here, you know, the people around me, and they're just like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I stay really busy because I'm always working on stuff. They're like, I told them, and they were like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, well,
yeah,
that's cool.
it is. It is. I
They
don't
have
think
no idea, you know, it's just,
I don't think a lot of times like they get it though. It's like, how
yeah.
many times have you said, what's your plans for the weekend? And I'm like, oh, I'm working on the registry. Or I gotta promote the registry, or I gotta, and there was just
Got to
never,
design this or design that. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
there was never no time. Or um we've done many events, and it'd be like every other weekend it was like we were doing an event for something, and like I
Hmm.
literally got evented out. It was like I'm tired of doing events now. Like I
Yeah.
just I don't want to. I don't know. I want to have fun. I want to relax. I already got
Hmm.
everything planned out. I like, seriously, I do. I already have my
That's
summer
awesome.
off planned.
That's good. I'm happy for you. That's the same for me too. Like I decided, like, you know, we spent years and years and years giving ourselves to that, which was our passion, and we really were wanted to do it. We were happy to do it, but at some point, I knew that at some point I was going to be done and wanting to do something else and something fun
Yeah,
because, you know, you can't say. I think it's not really healthy for a
no,
person to stay their whole lives doing something like that.
no. It
Um, you
it
know, it's
eats
just
you
not.
alive. It really does. It
Yeah,
eats you alive, and it
yeah.
pulls at your
It's just,
heartstrings, and it's just tough.
mhm,
That's
yeah.
my mom. She said to me, she's like, "You're really not gonna to give up," and I'm like, "Mom, yeah." I'm like, "It's gonna give you and I a lot more time that I can spend time with my family." And she's like, I just
Mhm.
can't believe it. It's been so long. And she's like, I'll be honest. She goes, without hearing you going like this all the time about something, it's really going to be different. I'm like, I can't help but talk a lot, Mom.
Yeah. Well, you'll have other things to talk about, and you know, some neat stuff to show her with your paintings and your jewelry and all the things. Because we've got things we're going to be working on. Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
saying it right now. We're not announcing this stuff yet, but there's a lot of stuff we're working on actually behind the
We got a
scenes that
lot
we
of good
will be
stuff.
talking about here. Yeah,
A lot
so
of
you
good
know,
stuff.
it's kind of private right now, but that's because we haven't released any of it yet, but we will be, and it's going to be so exciting. Yeah, just to be able to do some design work for fun things, you know. Um, I'm excited. I'm very very excited. Yeah, and I'm back into my music now, trying to get back into my guitar. You're
That's
back
awesome.
into your with your jewelry, and this is good. This is healthy, like
Mhm.
absolutely healthy. You know what I
It
mean?
is.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's good for the brain, good for the soul, good for the spirit. We're always praising God. I mean, that's good for the spirit and the soul. And I mean, it's like God allowed us to do that work to try to make a difference, you know, in the lives of children today and for tomorrow too. Hopefully down the road, you know what I mean, for future generations. We really did try. And then he says, well, there you go, ladies. You know, you honor me, I honor you. And he just allows us and keeps providing for us to keep doing, like, to 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 heal and to keep going. And whereas a lot of advocates after doing that kind of work just get bummed out. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
they
And
do.
they
They
don't
do.
can't pull they can't pull themselves away from it. And I mean, at some point, you do have to separate yourself and say, no, I'm going to go on. And I'm going to do some fun things, and I'm going to enjoy myself. Right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's kind of where I got to that point, and that was like 2 years ago. I'm like, and then
Mhm.
I swore to Lee, I made a promise that until we put the registry in somebody's hands to take it over, that I wouldn't go. But then we put it in Aaron's
Mhm.
hands in September, and he's been kicking ass. I mean, it's all
Oh yeah.
over with what he's doing, and he has so many other great things going on that he's trying to do for Pennsylvania, which is awesome. But
Hmm.
to me,
Yeah. Kudos to him.
it's time. It's just it's time.
Yeah.
It
It's
will
very
be weird.
cool.
I'm not gonna lie. It will be weird because the first thing usually I do is like if somebody needs help or somebody needs me or whatever, I'm always like, snap, I'm right there. And it is going to be weird not to be doing that. But A4H has a great team of advocates. So instead of always reaching out to me, we have a great team. They can reach out to them as well.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
a lot
right.
younger. They're a lot younger and
Mhm.
they're more hip and cooler than we are.
Well, the thing is they haven't been at it for 30 years and just tired and wanting to do something else. And like you said, I mean, you want to be able to be there for your grandkids, and really, I don't blame you one bit because you'll never get that time back.
No.
Never,
And
never. Those
that
kids
was
are going to
kind of
grow up
like,
so fast.
yeah, and
Hmm.
that was kind of the deal breaker. It's like I'm not going to miss everything they do. Um,
Yeah.
I know I have less time ahead of me than I have behind me because I'm not going to live to be
Hmm.
110 years old. So
That's it.
I want to
I
take
don't
and
think any of us are.
I want to spend as
No.
much time with them as I can, and they're my everything. And I got two incredible kids. I
Hmm.
mean, I want to spend time with them. They got awesome
Yeah.
spouses, so I just want to. And then I got, like I said, I got my friends, and I want to hang with my friends. So
Hmm. That's right. Yep. That's
you
right.
know,
So, yep,
and
you got your husband there. I mean, it's like, it's time. I think it's a good time to spend some time with your family. I mean, seriously. And I
yeah,
don't think they can really should fault you for doing what you did. I mean, you really cared about you were passionate about trying to help make a difference to save children's lives. I mean, that's a big deal because most
I
people don't care. They're just trying to kill them, and we're out
yeah
here saying, no, no,
yeah.
you know,
Well,
don't
like
kill the children and stop abusing them.
the whole
Um,
time that I had advocated, Roger, he was in my corner. He was like, "You can do this. You can do this." Even when he didn't agree different times with me, he'd be
mhm,
like, because I would say something would be so important, and he would be like, "Well, it's not that important," and I'd be like, "Hell yeah, it is," like, and
mhm.
I did, and then even my kids supported me. They didn't understand a lot of what I was doing, and I never put them out there in it
That's
because I
right.
never wanted to get them involved, and I never put the grandkids involved because there's a lot of crazy people out there.
No,
you know,
no,
but
and because of what you were doing, you didn't want to jeopardize your family, and I don't blame
no,
you one bit.
you you
That's just it.
when I was traveling, I'll say it like that because it was basically myself. When I was traveling and I was
Mhm.
trying to get these people to come aboard for the registry, there's people like with protest signs and people screaming to go home and they hated me. I had people telling me they wanted to kill me. I had people
Crazy.
online, like I said earlier, trying to give out like information about where I lived and stuff like that. And it was just it was crazy. And I was like, I don't ever
That's
want
insane.
them to feel I don't ever want them to suffer because of something that I say or I do. And when
Right.
you have people there and these people are literally saying, I hate you because they think I'm trying to put them in jail. Well, don't you think you
Mhm.
should be in jail if you kill your child? Like, I'm just saying, I think you should, or we don't want your name on a public registry. Here's the deal though. And I said this to Aaron when I very first ever met with him. They're not embarrassed of what they do to children because they're protected on a private registry. But when I say
Mhm.
I want people out there with the crimes that they committed, now they have a problem with it. So they're embarrassed of their actions. They just don't want nobody to know. So as long as it's over here
That's
and it's
right.
on the private registry, it's a secret, it's okay. But now that I want to
Yeah,
tell
then they
them
don't care.
you're a loser, now it's a big deal. And I'm just
Mhm.
like, but I never want to put I don't want to put anyone I don't want to ever put you or Lee at risk or even Lee. Lee don't want to put her grandchildren at risk. We don't want to put
No,
you at risk. We don't want to, I mean, you never wanted to put any of us at risk for what you were doing and you were saying. You would always
no.
say to me, if it gets to be too much or it gets to be too deep, you know, you don't have to support me. And I used to be like, are you crazy? Like you support me all the time. And you did. I remember back in the Dreamcatcher
Yeah.
days, like, we were raising hell, man. I mean, we really did. We did. We
We
raised
were
hell.
we were on a roll. You were there to support me though, and that made it made all the difference. And we all
So,
supported each other. Like Lee, we all did. I mean, we really worked hard to be there for
but
each other. And I
but our
mean, yeah,
our main
we were really raising hell.
but our our agreement was we protected those around us, which would have been your husband, Cecil. It would have been
Yeah.
Lee and significant other at the time, and her grandchildren,
Mhm.
and her son, and then mine. And we've always stuck to that. There was other people, they
Yeah.
share their kids' pictures, they do videos. I've never
Oh,
done
yeah.
that because
No,
it's not them. And why should they be attacked for something I believe in?
that's right. That's right. Yeah, because
You
it's
know,
not them doing it. You're saying it. So why would you want to jeopardize your children or your grandchildren for? Because that's how stupid people are. You know what I mean?
don't we
It's
know?
instead of they're going to attack you. You said it,
Don't
but
we
no, they
know?
want to attack your family, and that's just crap. You know what I
You
mean?
know.
So.
Well,
Mhm.
that's what I even said earlier. It's like you don't have to like me. I'm not asking anybody to like me, but like you don't also have to run me down in the mud. You know,
That's right.
I mean it's
Exactly.
not easy. You don't have to. You can disagree with me. You don't have to like
Mhm.
what I say. You don't have to like what I write. You can hate this podcast. That's totally up to you, and that's fine. But
Exactly.
you don't have to do the things to try to publicly hurt somebody or humiliate someone or give out
Mm-mm.
their private personal information. I mean, that's just not cool. But
Mm-mm.
I did notice generations under our generation, um, they just, I don't know, they just go batshit crazy, and you can't hurt their like they can hurt your feelings, but you can't hurt their feelings. Like I just don't get
Mhm.
that.
So it doesn't work the other way. It doesn't work both ways. So
I
they can
mean,
dish it out, but they can't take it, right? It's
yeah,
kind of
like
like, well, don't.
I got a 24-year-old that hates my guts, but you know, he's allowed to say he hates me, but if I would say I hate him, then it would be, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But like I said,
That's
it's just,
funny.
I think what bothered me the most out of the whole thing was by saying where I lived, because it was like,
Yeah.
okay, it for the most part, you can find out where people live, public knowledge. But in the same sense of the word, I took measures to get rid of things to protect myself and my family, because
Right.
that's what I did. Just like you have a private location. You ain't telling nobody
You have a
where
right
you
to
live.
do that.
So
Exactly.
so I think I have that right. But to actually put it out there and then have people on this post comment and saying, "Oh, I'm 30 miles from there, or I'm 2 hours from there, or I'm," that's not cool, man. Like that's not
Mhm.
okay. And then laugh and think it's a
No.
joke. It's like, no, it's not a joke, because someone could really hurt me or somebody I
Mhm.
love, and that's not cool just because you're an
No.
asshole.
No. That's ridiculous. That's like there's no need for that. You know.
No,
You can
no,
dislike somebody, but do you really have to be like that? You know what I mean? That's not cool. No,
no.
it's really not. I don't like everything I see or everybody. I mean, it's like, okay, people would say, well, if you claim to be a Christian, then you should love everybody. Well, actually, I mean, you're supposed to love your neighbor as yourself. So it's kind of like, yeah, you're supposed to care about people, and I do, but it doesn't mean that you see something on TV or on YouTube. Not all of us are going to like every single thing, or
No.
we might not like somebody just because maybe we don't like what they stand for or something about them that drives us nuts. So not everybody's going to like me, and I understand that. I'm okay with it because I don't like everybody either. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
don't.
you don't. You don't.
And it's not an insult. It's just I don't like. Maybe I'm just not up for what they're doing or whatever, and that's totally cool. Because I'm not disrespecting them, but just because I don't like them doesn't mean I'm going to harass them, try to make them look bad, try to start trouble with them. I just
Yeah,
let people alone. Leave people alone.
me too.
If you don't like them, move on. You
I
know what I mean?
I don't bother any, like here. I bother nobody. Like I
Hmm.
said, I have a couple people I work with, and I call them friend, and I do bother them. We talk on the phone. We've gone to lunch. We've done fun things. I got you and Lee. Other than that, I don't bother anybody. I mean, if somebody was to say to you that they talk to me, they're lying to you,
It
because
would be
I
a
don't.
lie.
I was actually
I
in
think
the
that's
store the other night, and I'm standing in line, and I had 2 cases of Pepsi, and I'm standing there and I'm waiting, and this lady, she's behind me, but she's behind another guy behind me, and she's going like this, and she's looking, and she's going like this, and she was trying to see who I was because I had a hat on, and
oh, okay.
pretty soon I turn around and I kind of looked over my shoulder and she goes, "Are you?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And she goes, "Yeah, I thought that was you." And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, you look the same as you do in your videos." And I said, "Why, thank you." I said, "I think that's a thank you." You know,
That's a compliment. Thank you.
you know, and
That's
but it was like, okay, but you meet great people that's nice, and then you meet weirdos, but I don't know. I don't bother anybody.
no. Just do your own thing. That's
No.
just it. And then,
I
this is, everybody has the opportunity to do something that, like, I mean, for instance, this podcast, we just thought it'd be fun. You know what I mean? Because we always used to have to come on and talk about such serious stuff because we wanted to. Nobody was paying us to do it. We were just doing it because we wanted to do it. But the thing is like, just so serious all the time. And we thought, oh, it'd be so much fun to do a podcast where we're just ourselves. We're not
laugh.
talking about stressing stuff. We're going to have fun and laugh and joke. And because this is what we do on our, like, if Dawn is off, let's say she's got a day off or something, and I'm not busy, we'll spend 8 hours talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Really, like 8 hours. And then we look at how much time's gone by and then we laugh because we're like, oh my God, it's been 8 hours.
We can talk about anything though, and we can laugh.
Seriously. So we thought this would be fun, because people that knew us from years ago knew us to be very serious people because we were talking about child abuse, stopping and preventing child abuse, which is a serious topic. So of course you're not going to be making light of it. It's a serious topic. So you have to be serious. So we thought it'd be fun to come on and just let people to see who we really are apart from that, you know what I mean? Yeah. And get to kind of see our goofy side and our little bit of human side, normal side,
Do you remember when we were doing DTR and I said hell or something like that? And they're like, oh my God, you can't say hell. And I'm like, what? And they're like, you can't say hell. And I'm thinking, okay, like, I'm not over here dropping the F-bomb or anything. No. Hell isn't even a terrible word.
It's a word that a lot of people use just for whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And it on here, I'm thinking, okay, so if I slip up and I say something, at least I don't have 10 people on my back saying, you shouldn't have said that.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, because these shows are not made for kids. So this is not made for children. And so we can say a couple of F-bombs if we want to. But we're going to try to, I don't just cuss for any reason. Sometimes I do. Just depends on my mood sort of thing or what I'm trying to say. But normally I don't sit around just cussing all the time. I used to when I was not as an adult. No, it doesn't. But once in a while, you got to say something and it feels good. It seems appropriate.
What the hell?
That's it. So I always say, we'll just shoot the shit because that's one of my favorite things to say, shoot the shit.
I know you say that.
I do say it a lot, yeah. And it's just it's just a silly way to say it.
That's cool, though. It is.
So I think it's fun, and I hope, hopefully people will kind of want to join us, and just be part of it with us. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I said, you can, if there's something you want to talk about, if you're listening to this and you made it all the way through to 4 hours and 12 minutes. Is
that what it is? I can't see the thing. I can't see what it
it's already, we've been on for 4 hours and 12 minutes. But for listeners who might have made it this far.
51.
It is. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning your time.
Oh my God.
And,
I gotta go to bed.
I know you do, but I don't want to tell you what time you need to go to bed.
I gotta get up for school in the morning.
I know you have work to do tomorrow. I don't have to do anything tomorrow. I can sleep in, but you've really got to get up. So, but yeah, if you guys made it through, anybody's made it through this far, thank you so much for tuning in and checking us out. And we want you to be a part of this. So if you're new to the chat, be sure to say hello, stop in, say hello, give us a topic if you want to chat about something. Or you can ask us a question or whatever. We might answer it if we feel like it. We might not if we don't. But this is our podcast. we can do whatever we want to on it. So it's going to be one of those type of things. We're not going to feel obligated, you know. But the thing is if you are interested in it, you know, then like and share. That'd be great. Well, okay, Don, I'll let you go so you can go crash out for a few hours.
I'm gonna go to bed by. Jeez.
You got
I didn't even
to
realize.
start a few hours.
Well, I have my phone on Do Not Disturb because you know how I
Oh,
get
yeah.
texts constantly. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I shut it off like that. And then when you said 4 hour, I can't see the little live thing in the corner
Oh,
because
no.
I don't see like that. So
Yeah.
I was like, when you said 4 hours, I'm like, what? Like we talked for
Oh,
4
yeah.
hours.
Like it's
Shit,
1
that
o'clock
ain't
in the morning.
nothing. We still got like 4 more hours in us if I didn't have to get up for school in the morning.
This is what I'm saying. Like we could talk nonstop, right? So when I go to visit you guys, Roger will be like, when are you guys gonna ever shut it down? Because I mean, 2 days later we'll still be talking. We'll be like, yeah.
Keep him up too.
He'll be like, do I ever get a chance to get a word in? We'll be like, sorry, no, sorry. Too funny. All right, well, till next time then. We'll see you later, Donna.
I'll see you later. Thanks for a
I
great
love you,
night.
boo.
Really enjoys hanging out with you, and I love you.
That was so much fun. I love you too, boo. And I hope you have a good night. And thanks everybody for tuning in. And I hope you will, like I said, like, share, and you know, whatever. Hang out with us. That's what we want. Talk to you later. Bye for now.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Good night.